now. I've just finished uni, so I'm a law grad. I'm an activist and I've been a counsellor for 2 years now. So today we are along the Moonee Ponds Creek in Glenroy, and this is somewhere where I've come ever since I was a little kid with my family, with my dog, down for walks by the creek and played in the park, and I've got lots of fun memories here. There's a lot to love about Merri-bek. I think the fact that we've got such a diverse, eclectic mix of people here who call this area home and who all care about this area is something that really sets us apart and makes me quite proud to be from this area. So my spare time's been a bit limited up until now. I do like just to see my friends, to relax, read a good book, and to get out and to see new things. It's hard to choose just one or two of my favourite places in Merri-bek. I think most important is wherever I am with my friends or my family and having a good time, that's where I like to be. Also had some great times just sitting in Coburg Mall and having chats with people, and yeah, so really anywhere where there's a bit of energy and a bit of life happening, I think it's quite fun to be around there. There's a few big challenges facing Merri-bek right now. In terms of broader challenges, I think we need to work together to bring the community with us on particular journeys, say to reconciliation, to other forms of equality that we need to have happen in our community. As the Mayor of Merri-bek, I hope to achieve a few things. I hope that first and foremost, we can make council seem a lot more accessible to people, and as though this isn't something that you have to wait until you're much older to do or until you've got X amount of years of work experience. I think making it quite clear to people that this is council, it belongs to you as much as it belongs to me, and so we should all get involved, and I really want that to be the overriding, I guess, message throughout this mayoral year.
Well, they did putting the solar panel on top of the roof. It looks beautiful, and what is important is knowing the help that it could for us for our energy sufficiency. I saw everyone here in our neighborhood is putting solar, so I said to myself, I will think about it. I will not lose anything, so I choose to put it, and that makes a difference. It helps us when we receive the bill now. We saw the difference from the usual amount that we paid, so it went down, and I think it will help us. The money that is being not paid before, we can use it with other things, and I think the overall help of that solar being installed in our roof is really to save some money and also helping the climate change. And it will really make a difference for the earth, in a way, it is helping us. So I will recommend, don't hesitate to put this solar panel in your roof. It is a big difference to have it.
Pedestrians and bike riders, including a large and growing number of Coburg High School students, are at risk every day on and around Coburg's Bell Street Bridge at the Nicholson and Elizabeth Street intersection.
The area is notorious for traffic accidents. Recently, a Coburg High School student was injured by a car while walking in the area.
Footpaths on the Bell Street Bridge are significantly narrower than other bridges in the area, yet the Bell Street Bridge carries more traffic than almost any other road in Merri-bek, 47,000 vehicles a day. The narrow paths, along with high volumes of cars, trucks and buses, pose an unacceptable risk to safety and accessibility in our communities.
We know that more than 1,000 people walk and wheel across the bridge on weekdays, just in the morning and afternoon peak periods. Even more use the bridge during the day and on weekends. We also know that students are worried about walking and cycling across the bridge. And for many, it's their only way to and from school, or to access the after-school activities and shops.
I've heard lots of horror stories about near misses and things like that, but most of what I see is just less than a metre in between the pedestrians and the cars, and 3 lanes of traffic going as fast as they want. it's really not a secure space because there's no separation in between the traffic, which is loud and fast, and the footpath where usually school kids are walking across.
I use the Bell Street Bridge almost every day, maybe 4 times a week, and it just makes me feel very unsafe. I myself have had terrible experiences on the bridge.
The thing is, I haven't seen one. I've actually been in an accident. We were just like traffic, waiting for the green light, and then out of nowhere, pow, the back of the car just gets slammed into by another one. We practically jump out of our seats.
It's one of the main connections to get me home, so yeah, I have to use it on a daily basis. I've seen some near misses. I've been in a few near misses myself, especially around the little island in front of the service station.
So I was actually involved in a car accident myself. It was in the rain, a lady lost control of her van and actually went into the barricade. So I got pulled back from that and then had to pull one of the ladies out of the car. I was probably in year 9. So that was pretty traumatic and pretty scary to see. That kind of put me off using the bridge, especially by myself. It's very small and it's especially after school and before school, there's lots of kids going to and forth, especially because there's a 7-Eleven there. So it can be pretty packed, and obviously after school traffic makes it really, really hard. They've already implemented different lower limits, but in a sense that doesn't really change anything because not everyone follows the rules. Our school has lots of active transport modes. We use the bike paths and things that surround the Bell Street Bridge, including Merri Creek. There's kids coming to and from every single day, and I think that it's super important that we make that environment more safer and more easily accessible for students of all ages.
That is why we're asking all parties to commit $250,000 to investigate and design safe and accessible active travel options over Coburg's Bell Street Bridge. We need this investigation to be completed urgently within the next 12 months.
We're ready for all levels of government to work together with the community to promote safe, active travel for the current and future students of Coburg High School and the communities of Merri-bek and Darebin cities. To show your support, visit change.org and sign the No More Accidents in the Bell Street Risk Zone petition.
I had insulation put up on the top of the roof. It was a good thing to do. When I read the ad in your local paper, and it said, it does help, and the lady was very happy. And I said, if she's happy, I think I will be happy too. And yeah, I think it's the best thing that I came up with. The difference that it's made, it's comfortable, especially in summer. I hate summer, yeah. Winter I can put a jacket on, but summer it's terrible for me. So this, keeps everything down nice and clean, comfortable for the summer. I have to go through the winter, but I think it will be just as good. Yeah, just have it done. The people who actually looked after the job and done the job, it was the best people that I come across. I felt very comfortable. I felt like if I was with my brothers. Yeah, so have no fear. They're great people.
Merri-bek Council is currently rolling out a new 4-bin waste service. This is part of the state government curbside reforms, and all Victorian councils will move to a 4-bin system. New purple-lidded glass recycling bins are currently being delivered to households and businesses across Merri-bek. Glass recycling bin collections will start in July, so please store your purple bins somewhere safely until then. Until glass recycling collection begins, continue using your yellow mixed recycling bin for all recycling material. From July this year, purple glass recycling bins will be picked up monthly or every 4 weeks. You can place your empty glass jars and bottles into this bin. If jars and bottles have their lids, make sure that they are kept on and not disposed of loosely inside the bin. By sorting your glass into a separate bin, you are improving the quality of recyclables in Merri-bek. You can learn more about the 4-bin service at merri-bek.vic.gov.au/yournewbins.
I'm here on behalf of the City of Moreland to start the official process of renaming our municipality. The council received a letter from the Wurundjeri Wurrung. The Wurundjeri Wurrung said, retention of this name for the principal civic body for a diverse community is untenable. The council agreed.
The language of this land is not lost, it's still looking for its people. And this is one big step actually to bring the voice of the land back by naming the local language area. Language connects us to culture. It's how we learn everything, how we express everything. Now let's use all the wisdom, resources, capacity, knowledge, history to learn from the past and never let it happen again, and move forward and help the people that need it the most.
Open Streets trials are initiatives to open the streets to people walking, riding, scooting, and close the streets to car traffic just to drop off and pick up times. We know that a lot of schools in Merri-bek really struggle with congestion. We also know that a lot of families want to walk or ride to school, but the dangerous zones outside the school gates often push people away from making that choice. So it's really about just creating a really hyper-safe, sustainable, healthy space in front of schools.
It's been absolutely brilliant. The kids are loving coming to school on Tuesdays. There's a real vibe and a sense of, joy when we start the day together. Lots of families are starting to come back. Our student attendance has increased on the days that we have open streets, and also we have less lateness as well. So it's just been brilliant all around.
We don't normally walk, we normally drive, so it's a really good incentive to get parents that don't normally do it, doing it. Once we're out and walking, they really enjoy it. It's so much safer. The kids love coming in here, playing, drawing with chalk.
This has been probably the highlight. Parents are saying, wow, can we do this more often, which has been fantastic. To see the joy on the kids' faces and to hear them saying, wanting to ride their bikes and wanting to have a play on the street's been amazing.
We have a huge percentage of our students riding to school. You can just see how successful it is. We've got kids riding, parents coming along, just really enjoying themselves. And it's changed my thinking. For someone who drove to work, bought my own bike and riding to work each day, it's amazing.
It's a fun experience. I normally walk, but today everyone's doing it, so I might as well join in.
It's also an initiative that residents and the local community can take part in. We want to see people coming out, having a coffee, we want to see people talking to their neighbours, and it's been really fantastic to partner with Bicycle Network and the schools to run these initiatives and really see, some healthy, happy street space.
Being part of Open Streets has been really exciting. We're interested in making people view their neighbourhood streets in a different way, being spaces for everyone and multi-use spaces, not just for throughways for cars.
And just listen to all this noise. It's great having everyone have so much fun around you and just being active. No, we're really stoked. We should happen every day.
This is very attractive for parents and kids to spend.
Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery, and to our viewers live streaming tonight's council meeting. Can I just check that you can all, yes, Lampus, you're there. Can I just check that you can all hear me? Perfect, all right, thank you. So, my name is Councillor Angelica Panopoulos, and I'm the Mayor of Merri-bek City Council, and I'm also the chairperson of tonight's council meeting. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our council meeting tonight. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're meeting on the lands of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people, and we wish to acknowledge them as the traditional custodians of these lands and waterways, and would like to pay our respects to elders past and present, and to all First Nations communities who significantly contribute to the life of this city. This council meeting is being recorded and web streamed live to council's website and Facebook. This recording will also be available as video on demand, and attendees are advised that they will be recorded during the meeting. A reminder that as councillors, we'll act in accordance with the Councillor Code of Conduct, which will support the principles of leadership and good governance that secures public confidence in the office of councillor. I also want to start off this meeting by saying that our council is an inclusive one, and we want to make sure that everybody in our community can be safe and welcomed, and this is something that we pride ourselves on. So just to flag from the outset, that we won't be tolerating any offensive comments, so that this will act as a formal warning, so that if there are any offensive or threatening or abusive things that are said, in the gallery, I will just ask that you leave the council meeting, or security may also request that you leave the council meeting. In the event of an emergency or a disruption, we may be required to take action to ensure the safety of attendees. For members of the gallery and for councillors attending in person, please follow the directions issued by council staff and security officers. Thank you for your understanding and your cooperation. So I'd like to introduce the other councillors who are here in attendance tonight. We've got Councillor Helen Davidson, our Deputy Mayor, Councillor James Conlon, Councillor Adam Pulford, Councillor Sue Bolton, Councillor Lambros Tapanos, Councillor Mark Riley, Councillor Monica Hart, and Councillor Oscar Yildiz. Now, we've also got two councillors who have been approved to attend tonight's meeting via electronic means. They're Councillor Helen Pavlidis, who I think we're just having... Oh, no, we can't hear you, but you're online. You're just on mute, Helen. All right. We're sorting out those tech issues, though. And we've also got approval for Councillor Anna Olivia Carley-Hannon to attend the meeting online as well. I'll also just introduce our Chief Executive Officer, Kathy Henderson, who's beside me, and our senior management team who are here as well. So, councillors, are there any apologies from other councillors tonight? Nope. All right, leave of absence. We do have a request for a leave of absence from Councillor Pavlidis from the 14th of August to the 24th of September 2023 inclusive. Councillors, could I have a motion? Councillor Davidson to move, Councillor Yildiz to second. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. So I'll now move on to disclosures of conflicts of interest. If there are conflicts of interest, councillors, yes, so I think we're working with tech to get that done, but we've got quorum, so we're continuing with our meeting. So just in terms of the conflicts of interest, so councillor, please, councillors, please state which item your conflict of interest relates to, and immediately before we consider that item, I'll ask you to provide details of the type and nature of the conflict. I'll then ask you to leave the meeting before the item is moved and to return after the item's been considered and voted on. And I guess I'll just kick it off and declare a conflict of interest on item 7.14, the governance report, as I've got some training in that I would like to have approved. Are there any other councillors with conflicts? Councillor Pulford? Your mic. Thanks.
This applies for both me and Councillor Pavlidis, and I think she would like to chime in if she could. On item 7.14, the governance report, there's point 6, it's approving the enrolment of Councillor Pavlidis in the Australian Institute of Company Directors course. And I'll also be seeking to move it, there will be an amendment moved that will include me on that. So I think both Councillor Pavlidis and I will just declare a conflict of interest at that point.
Fantastic, thank you. So next up, we have the confirmation of minutes from our previous meeting. Councillors, could I please have a motion for the confirmation of the minutes from the council meeting held on the 12th of July 2023? Councillor Riley to move, Councillor Pulford to second that. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Next up, we have acknowledgements and other matters. Provision of up to 10 minutes is provided for councillors to acknowledge and recognise the achievements of local individuals and organisations and to raise matters considered important to council that are not already listed in the meeting agenda. Councillors, do you have any acknowledgements or other matters that you'd like to raise? Councillor Hart? Just remember to turn on your mic.
Yeah, I'd particularly like to acknowledge the community of Glenroy. And people would remember at the last council meeting, we passed a resolution to opposing the closure of the Glenroy Post Office and supporting the community. And we had a number of other actions, which was writing to the Minister of Communications, writing to the CEO of Australia Post, who we haven't heard back from, to my knowledge. But the community became very, very well organised. And they had a very, very successful rally up there last Friday in front of the post office. The mayor was there, well represented, probably 200 to 300 people from the community. Peter Carlell, the federal member, Kathleen Matthews-Ward, state member, and I think we had three councillors there. So a really, really good cross-section of people, a lot of energy. I also note that the community who'd got very organised around the ATC Cook Reserve were part of, I think, the initial catalyst, but then branched out, and I think with the support of the state MP, also brought in people from Broadmeadows to help, and really, really fantastic campaign. The committee are keeping on going. They've got an organising committee of at least 30 people, one of the biggest little organising committees that I've seen. They've had a lot of contact, so not just around from people from Glenroy, but other areas. They had people contact, I think, from Essendon and say, look, there's a whole move to close post offices. So they are planning another event on Thursday week, which will be outside Australia Post. So taking it to the city and really broadening out in terms of the impact, particularly for people with disabilities, particularly for aged people, and people with who don't have English as a first language. So really focusing on the challenges and the uniting around the privatisation that's occurring within Australia Post.
Thank you.
So not a good news story, but a good news story at the same time.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. I'll see if there are any other acknowledgements. Councillor Bolton, you just, yep.
One extra thing I'd like to say, in addition to what Councillor Hart was talking about with the next phase of the Glenroy Post Office campaign, there's also a campaign in another part of Merri-bek in around Murray Road in Coburg North, Newlands sort of area, where there's been a group, people have spoken at council meetings in the past, but a group's been formed called Safer Walking and Riding on Murray Road, the acronym SWARM. They've got a Facebook page, which is how they're mostly organising, but they're actually doing a survey about what people think needs to be done about Murray Road, because it's been found that people are terrified walking along the footpath along Murray Road, let alone cycling, etc., because the footpath is so narrow outside Coburg Lakes Reserve, and there are all sorts of issues on Murray Road, and it's probably been something, safety issues which have been overlooked there. Now they're doing a survey which is accessible on their Facebook page, Safer Walking and Riding on Murray Road, but if anyone wants to contact me, I can pass on the details to them as well, because we want to actually really push this, because there have been so many car accidents, including relatively recently, where there was a massive smash.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. Anyone else? Councillor Riley?
Thanks, Mayor. Just quickly to acknowledge that I attended the Victorian Greenhouse Alliance conference last Friday, which is an important annual event that our Greenhouse Alliance, the Northern Alliance of Greenhouse Action, helps to organise every year, and one of our officers presented on the transport side of things, but I also managed to attend the sessions on community batteries and carbon offsetting, so it was a really valuable day. I also want to acknowledge that I was able to attend the Coonahan Gallery on Saturday for a farewell to Victor Griss, who was the manager, I guess, of the Coonahan Gallery and has been for over 10 years. So just to acknowledge the work of Victor and all of the staff and casual staff and everyone who's contributed over that 10 years. It's been an amazing change and improvement for our gallery, and Victor's given a lot of his professionalism to that. So it's a bit of a loss for us, but hopefully a good start for him from here on. Just acknowledging those things, and that the next Things Men Can Do to Challenge Sexism Forum is happening, number 3, on the 7th of September. You can check it out on our website. This one's focusing on men's relationships with boys and other men, and how we talk to them and how we socialise about that, and try and improve things for women. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. I'll see if there's anyone else. If not, I will be very, very brief. I do just want to acknowledge that today we had a parliamentary inquiry come to us here in Coburg, and that was to hear on, vulnerable road users and the impact of driver and road user behaviour on their safety in our community. So I just want to acknowledge how great it is that that parliamentary inquiry came to Merri-bek. We had a great contingent of locals speaking there, including our director Anita and myself this morning. So I hope that that produces some really useful work at that state government level that will feed down into us here at council. Now, I think that might be it in terms of acknowledgements. Now we'll move on to petitions. So councillors, so there's no petitions listed in the agenda. Are there any petitions to be tabled on behalf of residents? No, all right. I do also though, just want to acknowledge that we have received some additional signatures to an existing petition that we received at the July council meeting. And so the petition received in July requests that council remove unsafe bike infrastructure on Kent Road in Pascoe Vale. And so an additional 180 signatures were submitted this morning. And so they'll be added to the petition that we received last month. It's just great. Now, I just want to test again. Councillor Pavlidis, can you hear me at all now?
Hello, yes, I can.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologies for the technical issues. I don't know, I can gather where we're up to, so good evening, everybody. Just to, if I may, just say that I do, obviously we've passed it, but I do have to disclose the conflicts of interest, so just to raise that.
Yes, fantastic. So Councillor Pulford did raise earlier that he was declaring a conflict and believed that you would also wanted to declare it.
Yes. Also on the leave of absence, but obviously I couldn't hear, so I don't know what the time was. There you go.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We've approved it, so all good on that front. All righty, so we'll move on to questions of council and community statements. The time provided for questions and statements is 30 minutes, and this can only be extended by another 30 minutes by resolution of council. If we don't have enough time to answer your question, it will be taken on notice and responded to in writing. Priority will be given to questions and statements that relate to matters listed in the agenda. If time allows, questions about items other than those listed on the agenda will be considered. A maximum of 2 questions or statements in any combination is allowed per person, and questions or statements that relate to a matter listed in the agenda will be dealt with first. If you've registered to ask a question, when I invite you, you or your representative must state your name, your suburb, and then ask your question with your preamble or with your background for up to 3 minutes. If you've registered to make a statement, when I invite you, again, you or your representative must state your name and suburb and then make your statement without taking longer than 3 minutes. If you've submitted a second question or indicated that you have a second statement, it may, at my discretion, be deferred until all other persons who have submitted questions have asked their first question, or it might not be asked if time doesn't permit. A maximum of 3 questions will be heard on any one subject, and then we'll proceed to the next topic. If time allows, we can return back to the previous one. I'll either answer the question on behalf of council or invite another councillor to answer, or alternatively, I'll ask the Chief Executive Officer to provide a response or refer it on to one of our council officers here. There'll be no response or discussion in relation to community statements. As detailed in the governance rules, questions or statements may be disallowed if they are defamatory, indecent, abusive, offensive, irrelevant, trivial, or objectionable in language or substance. And if a response to your question is provided at tonight's meeting, there'll be no further formal response. However, council will action any commitments made in answering the question. So with that, we will commence question time at 7:20 p.m. So first up, we have item 7.1, Sports Ground Surface Study, and we've got John Englert here in person with 2 questions. Thanks, John, and just as always, make sure that the mic's on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name is John Englert from Fawkner, and I'm here representing Climate Action Merri-bek, and it's in regards to the sports fields study. I'd like to congratulate the staff who've worked up the draft policy. I think it's groundbreaking policy for a council in Victoria, and I'm hoping that we can really make it work. I've just got a couple of brief questions from reading the consultant's report and the draft policy. So the first one is, can you supply the allocated weekly hours and actual demand use of the synthetic field at John Faulkner College next to CB Smith Reserve, which is jointly managed by the school and council? This is not detailed at all in the consultant's report. That's the first question.
Thanks, John. Councillor Conlon's happy to answer that one.
Yeah, I saw this question in the written question circulated earlier, so I've incorporated that as a proposed amendment to the officer report to include that data as an amendment to the draft policy. So that amendment should, if supported by council, should be in the draft policy that goes out to consultation, so that data can be in this, so that the community can see that.
Okay.
Great.
Excellent. Can I ask my second question?
Yes, you can.
So this draft policy applies to sports grounds as defined in the Merri-bek Open Space Strategy 2012 to 2022 as areas reserved for sporting pursuits such as baseball, soccer, cricket or football. Why not also apply this to other sports such as lawn bowls or tennis? These also need good governance and to be covered by the framework as they carry environmental and health risks. Shouldn't conversion to synthetic grass for these other sports also be covered by a triple bottom line assessment, hence by this draft policy?
Councillor Conlon?
I've also included that as an amendment to the policy as well, that that those other sports are also covered by that type of analysis outlined in the policy.
You've answered my questions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, councillors.
Thanks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, John. So next up we have item 7.2, which is the Coburg Bluestone Cottage Complex redevelopment. Now we've got a statement from, is it Ria Daniel? Thanks. Here we go, he's here in person.
Speak. Hello?
If it's a green light, you're good.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Ria Daniel. I'm a resident of Coburg North, and I'm a member and newsletter editor at the Coburg Historical Society. Since becoming a member in 2022, I've had the pleasure to guide many visitors through the Cottage Museum, listen to their memories of growing up and working in Coburg through hard but proud times, and record these stories for publication, our database, and files. Being a young migrant, I do not share the wealth of experience many older residents bring to our space, but it is for that very reason the Society must continue this important work to the best of its ability to keep these stories in circulation for all those who will choose to call Coburg home. We've had more younger visitors recently, which is heartening and shows there is still a strong interest in local history from people of all ages. A purpose-built annex with improved lighting and walkability would appeal to visitors more through sheer word of mouth, encourage more of them to volunteer at the Society, and result in longer opening hours. Our present chief concern is the replacement of our annex building, which holds many more artifacts than we can presently display owing to the lack of space and annex access. These include valuable research materials such as our Pentridge Prison display and exhibits from vanished industries such as Coburg's last blacksmith. A rebuilt annex with more space will shine light on these rarities and tell the full story of our local history. It will give historians and researchers a space to carry out their work in a comfortable manner. We are proud of our suburb and we are proud of our collection, and it keeps growing thanks to generous community donations as well as our own research. Our aim is to make it as accessible as possible to anyone who wishes to know more about Coburg, as well as highlight its rich history in their work. There's still plenty of research to be done, including the history of migrant movement, pre-colonial history, the evolving Upvale railway line, and collecting historical information on Merlinston, Pascoe Vale, and Southern Broadmeadows. A larger, accessible, purpose-built complex to accommodate more volunteers and attract more support locally and beyond can accomplish all of it and ensure the Coburg Historical Society remains a valuable community organisation and resource for years to come. It is for these reasons the building size and facilities in Concept 1, if endorsed by the Council, will be inadequate. While Concept 2 could be satisfactory for a short time, our Concept 3, with our updated requests, is the preferred option to help our society thrive and grow well into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up we've got Julie Hogan, who I believe is here with us in person. Julie, there we go, Julie's coming up. She's got a statement and a question. Thanks, Julie. Feel free to, I reckon, give your statement and then ask your question. Yep. I think that might be good. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Julie Hogan and I'm a committee member of the Coburg Historical Society. The proposed renovation of the historic areas and the building of an improved facility is welcome, and we thank Council for your support in these changes. Just looking at the report, we note that design of a very simple building starts at an additional $400,000. My statement will focus on the annex and garden costs only. No breakdown of costs to separate the annex construction from landscaping costs has been provided. The new facility will provide much more suitable environment for people and the collection. Concept 1 and 2 do not provide the functionality identified by the Society. That is, display and exhibition space, as in a museum, storage, admin workspace, meet and greet, minor refreshments, visitors' inquiries. At this stage, no details have been known for internal use. Will there be windows, large access doors? Will it be just an improved shed? How would windows, doors impact storage, reception and display options? Concept 1 provides the same space as the current annex and will cost $1.59 million. The current annex is multi-purpose and currently cramped. Better storage systems and some deaccessioning will only provide short-lived minor improvement. It does not really provide any better functionality. Concept 2 provides additional usable floor space of 30 square metres at an additional cost of $438,000. How much is 30 square metres? About the size of 2.5 standard car parks, into which we need to fit a small kitchenette, storage, items currently in the detached kitchen, office equipment, research resources, volunteer work areas, and preferably make our displays easier to physically move around. This option may mean the cottage might still be used for entry reception, which in turn limits the use of the renovated cottage for displays. It will be problematic during the cottage renovations. The Society's concept provides an additional 85 square metres of usable space at additional cost of $578,000 over Concept 1. Notably though, the difference between this and Concept 2 is only $140,000.
Thanks. Julie, if you could just wrap up the statement shortly.
Yep. This seems far better value than Concept 2 and would allow improved accessible access to our resources that is not possible now in the historic buildings. We would urge you to defer the decision to allow time for further discussions and refinement of options.
Thank you. Now, time for your question.
Yes, thank you. The historic cottage complex is an important asset for the city and our community, both local and further afield, as researchers use our archives and artefacts. The importance is obviously not just the form, but the function of the complex. A new functional multi-purpose facility will allow a much better visitor experience and open up other opportunities, such as themed workshops, children's activities, better access to historical material, volunteer training and more. Improved conditions would assist in enrolling and retaining new volunteers. An accessible display and research area would be advantageous as the historic buildings hamper physical access. A new interesting building, landscape gardens and appropriate signage will attract more passers-by. Council would expect that the new community health hub would increase visitation in the area, along with the growing population in adjacent neighbourhoods. It is important to ensure that the whole complex has the capabilities to improve offerings to capitalise on this, and we believe only a larger size facility will enable this to happen. We understand the budgets presented are concepts and detailed design work is to be completed. Concept 2 is preferred over Concept 1 as it provides some additional space, but that will be used fairly quickly. Stage development mentioned in the report might be more expensive in the long run, and has been previously mentioned that it is more cost effective to do the whole project at the same time. A better outcome would be one which allows improved interface with the community and visitors, would be a facility of 195 square metres floor space. If the cost per square metre for the additional area of 95 square metres over Concept 1 is based on current commercial costs ranging from $1,800 a square metre to $2,500, this could be an extra $153,000 to $212,000 over and above Concept 1. Given the prominence of the site next door to the Town Hall and with Bell Street frontage, it would seem short-sighted for the Council not to consider future-proofing of a council-built facility by ensuring the most effective, functional investment in this project. Will the Council support this additional space proposed by Coburg Historical Society for the benefit of Council, the community and the society? Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Eamon, did you want to answer that one? Just perhaps about process for tonight? Oh, look, honestly, I'm happy to answer that one myself, actually. So, as you know, we've got the report that's been presented. I am planning on moving to defer that one, so we've got more time to consider all the options and to have, you know, another meeting and to have more conversations about it, because I think there have been numerous concerns raised that, you know, we could all sit down and hopefully talk through. So that's, I guess, to answer, will we consider it? Will we hopefully deferring it for tonight?
Okay,
so,
good.
Yes.
Thank you for listening. Thanks.
Thank you. So next up, I'll see if we've got Marilyn Moore here in person. Is Marilyn? There we go. And Marilyn's got a statement and a question as well.
Good evening. My name's Marilyn Moore and I'm from Pascoe South and the President of the Coburg Historical Society. Coburg Historical Society is a 51-year-old community organisation with growing membership. It is the only historical society in our municipality which has collected and displayed historic artefacts as well as historic documents and images throughout its 50 years of history. We are the custodians of the history of the former Coburg Council, now expanding into southern Broadmeadows. We are not here for asking for a fourth building. We are questioning the officer's recommendation for the area and the budget of a replacement building for our annex, resulting from Council's decision to sell the land to the east and north of our state heritage-listed Bluestone Cottage complex, including the land on which the annex sits. We were told we could have a new building to replace our current annex and took the opportunity to hopefully keep our collection safer in better facilities, become more operatively efficient and attract more volunteers who would work in a newer, more fit-for-purpose building over extending open hours to cater for more visitors. We have seen the lot size with the replacement building and a heritage garden is proposed to be located, whittled away by 10 to 12 car spaces with access aisle. This will not even be for our use. The officer recommendation is for the cheapest option, Concept 1, which is only larger than our current annex because of the DDA toilet, for which we're very grateful. This building will not accommodate our current collection, provide a kitchenette for our volunteers and give us sufficient space for expansion because of car spaces to the north. Nevertheless, an extension will be required immediately the building is finished. Our fear is that a council approval of option 1 will badly damage the operation of our organisation by making it very difficult due to a chronic space deficiency. The second option gives about an additional 30 square metres, as said already, internally, which will be quickly used up, as been said before, with many donated artefacts and the consolidation of our currently dispersed records, plus a reception area. With car parking spaces to the west, it will provide space to extend. It will have a kitchenette and a toilet for the disabled. However, we doubt we will be able to fit in any artefact displays or work areas.
Thanks. Marilyn, if you could just wrap up the statement.
Okay. So we've suggested the larger option that's been outlined before, and we favour a building with a bigger floor area, and also we want a heritage garden with a community and historical society run one. So can I go on to my question? Good. Yeah. Okay. On behalf of my members, I ask you, what is happening to the money council is getting from the sale of the land, and why do we have to have so many meetings and fight so hard and justify such a comparatively small building budget when other projects in Merri-bek are getting allocated many times the funding? That's on behalf of my members.
Thanks, Marilyn. I think for that one I might go to Eamon to answer. That Eamon or Anita? Yeah, on the funds from the Health Hub. It's a different question.
I'll take that one.
Yeah, just because it's a bit specific. So.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor, and thank you very much for the statement and the question there.
Oh, Kathy, sorry, your mic.
Through you, Mayor, and thanks very much for the question, Marilyn. Like, in terms of the treatment of the transfer of land and the consideration for that, the sale money for that, it's already on council's books as an asset, that land. There will be a difference between the value of the asset on the books and the sale. Most likely that difference will be more than absorbed by the cost of the Coburg Bluestone Cottage, which is, you know, the lowest cost option at the moment is over $3 million, so that's way more than what we're likely to see there. So the cost of the Coburg Bluestone Cottage renovation will draw on other council revenue as well.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Marilyn. Next up we have item 7.5. Merri-bek Community Campaign for the Voice, and I believe we've got Serena O'Mealy here in person with one statement. Great, thanks, Serena.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Serena O'Mealy. I'm from Reservoir. In 2021, Merri-bek Council committed to a process towards Aboriginal self-determination and local, regional or national treaty or treaties. Yet Merri-bek Council has failed to even consult with its own First Nations Advisory Committee regarding the referendum on the voice to Parliament before deciding in July to put money towards the Yes campaign collateral. Tonight there is a proposal to commit a further $18,000 for conversations, forums and events about the referendum and a further $4,000 to the Yes to Voice Treaty Truth Campaign collateral, causing Council's communications unit to go over budget. Like the Darebin Aboriginal Advisory Committee, Merri-bek's Advisory Committee recommended that Council not take a position on the referendum, but commit to more general awareness raising. These recommendations reflect the fact that members of local Aboriginal communities are split on which way to vote or whether to vote at all. Consider an ABC report from 20th of July 2023 that 9 out of 11 Victorian traditional owner groups had not yet declared a position on the referendum. I would venture to say that even those who are voting yes have doubts and concerns regarding the many claims about what the voice may deliver. It is, after all, merely another advisory body in a long line of such bodies, which can be restructured or defunded on the whim of an incoming government. Being so-called enshrined in the Constitution will not protect it, as demonstrated by the now defunct Interstate Commission, which is still referenced at Section 101 of the Constitution. Many Aboriginal people are also opposed to being recognised in the colonisers' Constitution. In February 2016, 500 Aboriginal people met with Victorian government representatives in Melbourne and unanimously opposed constitutional recognition. It was at this meeting that the call for a Victorian treaty process and treaty framework was first raised and eventually accepted by the Andrews government. So I'm here tonight to urge you to listen to the considered advice of the Merri-bek First Nations Advisory Committee. Why? Because there is a vast difference between lived experience and learned experience. They are the ones carrying the cultural load of the referendum campaign. They are the ones experiencing the racism and division arising from the campaign, and they are the ones who will be left to pick up the pieces whichever way the vote goes. The Merri-bek First Nations Advisory Committee have recommended a sensible way to educate the public about the referendum without becoming divided among themselves. If you truly believe in Aboriginal self-determination, it's time to put aside politics and listen. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Serena, for coming in. Next up, we've got item 7.7, response to council resolution on traffic management, Coco Jackson Lane in Brunswick East. That's coming. Don't worry, that's coming. It's on your notice of motion, so it's coming later in the list. Yeah, that's on my list. If you just wait a second, we'll get there. Yep. Thanks. So on item 7.7 though, we do have, I believe, Matthew Townsend here from the Reese Group in person with a statement.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'm here representing Reese tonight, and I just want to draw to your attention the fact that there is a 7-page report. I think it's been circulated before tonight, so hopefully you've got the benefit of that. Of that report, there's 5 things that I wish to draw to your attention. The first is to recognise the objective and professional advice that's been provided by your council staff, and to say that Reese adopts and supports the recommendations made by council staff. The second matter that I want to draw to your attention is that Reese has been on the site since January 1981 and has been loading and unloading from the Coco Jackson Lane Way for the entirety of that time, for something like 40 years. The third matter that I wish to emphasise on behalf of Reese is to say that there's a limit to the type of materials that can be loaded and unloaded from Lygon Street. So it's certainly a good idea to do what we can to reduce the pressure on the laneway, but there is a limit to the amount or the type of materials that can be moved without posing a danger to the people going up and down Lygon Street. So, for instance, hot water systems, roofing materials, copper and stainless steel and the like. So it's really important that we not increase the danger to pedestrians, trying to resolve one and creating another problem. The fourth matter that I want to draw to your attention is that Reece has taken the initiative of engaging one of Melbourne's most respected traffic engineers, and she's Deborah Donald, and she's prepared a report that I believe is also attached to tonight's agenda item. And again, I'd recommend that to you. One of the recommendations that Ms Donald has made is that there be a loading and unloading management plan to council's satisfaction. So the idea would be that in consultation with council staff and councillors who are interested, there will be if you like, a fine-tuning of delivery times, item types, and so on and so forth to really maximise and optimise the facilities on site. The other thing that Reece wants to suggest is the idea of the creation of a stakeholders group, so that the stakeholders group made up of residents, councillors, staff and of Reece and so on, can meet on an annual basis or however frequently as people wish to meet, so that hopefully these matters can be resolved at a local level, in a local restaurant, rather than in council meetings.
Great, thank you, Matthew.
Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Next up, we've got Olaf, and I'm sorry, I don't have your last name written on my agenda, but we've got Olaf here with 2 questions, and he is in person. Yes. Yep, I might just, before you kick off, I might just request that we have an extension of time for 30 minutes. So Councillor Riley to move, Councillor Davidson to second that. All those in favour? Great, okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name's Olaf Cholek, Ciolek. I'm a resident of Brunswick, and my questions relate to usage of Coco Jackson Lane by Reece Plumbing. When council officers surveyed Coco Jackson Lane last year, they found that Reece Plumbing vehicle traffic queued 52 times in one day, blocking or impeding access in the lane. 10 of those vehicles were heavy vehicles, and council officers found that it took an average of 7 minutes for a queue to clear when it formed in the lane. That equates to the lane being blocked or impeded by Reece traffic for approximately 6 hours over the course of one day. This is not a small business making occasional and reasonable use of the lane. It's a major commercial operation that treats a public road as its private property. Councillors may have seen the video that residents have shared with councillors of my neighbour who, just last week, was unable to get in the front door of his home. He was unable to get into his own home because of an unattended Reece delivery truck parked in a no parking area in front of his front door and garage. It's not just illegal to park in that way in a no parking zone. It's also illegal to stop a vehicle in the lane without allowing a 3-metre gap for other road users. The lane is just not wide enough for that to happen when Reece traffic stops in the lane. In fact, when Reece Plumbing applied to council last year for a loading zone in front of its roller door, that was the very law that council officers relied on in refusing Reece's request. I have 2 questions. My first question is this: given that traffic associated with Reece systematically breaks the law, why should councillors have any faith that Reece will comply with a voluntary loading management plan as suggested by council officers and by the Reece representative that you've heard from tonight? My second question is this: Coco Jackson Lane is classed by council as a public 2-way road. Why should Reece be allowed to appropriate any part of that road as a loading zone when their warehouse is big enough to be reconfigured to conduct all loading and unloading on site. We encourage Council to resolve to install no stopping signs in the lane, as it did unanimously in February, to safeguard residents and other road users' safety.
Thanks, Olaf. Just because there's some technical parts and conversations between officers and Reece, I might pass to Anita as the director. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Olaf, following the meeting and if the officer recommendation is resolved as proposed, Council officers will contact Reece to discuss the Council resolution and work towards actioning it. As highlighted in the report, Reece has volunteered to provide a loading management plan to outline how the loading activities could be better managed. The key objective of the loading management plan would be to eliminate queuing of people waiting to access the loading bay any further west than Christopher Lane. A loading management plan may be a voluntary plan, as you mentioned. However, it would be supported by parking restrictions that are clear and readily enforceable, able to be enforced by parking officers. The report being considered by Council addresses why loading in the laneway is considered appropriate. This includes a loading zone on Lygon Street, the alternative, would require large and heavy materials to be unloaded across the footpath and either to the main shop entrance on Lygon Street or transported around to the designated loading area bay on Coco Jackson Lane. This conflict creates a significant safety risk for pedestrians walking on the Lygon Street footpath. In addition, loading large and heavy materials into the main shop entrance through the display area is not practical from a customer service point of view, creating safety issues for customers within the shop. Alternatively, transporting materials to the loading area on Coco Jackson Lane would need to be done by hand or the help of machinery. And if by hand, workers would need to transport materials over many trips on the Bluestone laneway surface, which is not practical from a health and safety perspective. Reece has suggested that a forklift could not be used in the Bluestone laneway as the machinery requires a smooth, flat surface to operate safely. Reece would then need to use larger machinery to transport the materials. In urban areas, loading activities should be encouraged in laneways rather than on busy commercial frontages, separating pedestrians and other road users. Loading large and heavy materials from Lygon Street would likely negatively impact more people than loading via Coco Jackson Lane. Access to the warehouse is restricted and larger vehicles would not have turning opportunity into and out of the site. Significant modifications would need to be made to the building, and without detailed assessment, Council cannot determine if that would be feasible at this stage. Accordingly, only light vehicles could access the warehouse, and delivery of large items via trucks still needs to occur one way or the other.
Thanks, Anita, and thanks, Olaf. And of
Thank
course,
you.
yeah, we'll be debating this item a little bit later tonight.
Do you need meaning further? No, thank you.
All good, thank you. So next up, we've got item 8.1, which is Notice of Motion, Central Coburg Affordable Housing Hub. And I believe we've got Asanka Ipa, who might be here in person or online. Asanka's here. Oh, all right. Next up, we've got item 8.2, which is the Notice of Motion on the First Nations Advisory Committee. And for that, we've got Kim Kruger, who is here in person with the statement. Great, thanks, Kim.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim from Coburg. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Merri-bek Council's First Nations Advisory Committee, and I'm making this statement on behalf of the committee. We express our disappointment and frustration at not being properly involved in a range of First Nations affairs raised at Council in the last 6 months. What is the point of a First Nations advisory committee if not to provide advice on First Nations affairs? This happened most recently at the 12th of July Council meeting, where a motion was put to redirect funds from the Merri-bek renaming project to a Yes campaign on the Indigenous Voice to Parliament. Our views were sought on the Indigenous Voice to Parliament referendum at our 28th of February meeting, where we discussed that in First Nation communities there are a wide range of positions: yes, no, undecided and disengaged. So the most important thing is to organise respectful discussions reflecting a mix of views for people to explore the issues while making up their minds. The committee agreed that Merri-bek Council should support this discussion without holding a position for or against. This would reflect the position of the Merri-bek First Nations Advisory Committee, given our diverse views and the views held in First Nations communities. We find it hypocritical that Council failed to listen to your own First Nations Advisory Committee when you resolved to support a voice to Parliament. The decisions of those who hold power to not act on advice given by First Nations people is one of the reasons why some Indigenous people do not support the voice to Parliament. The rationale for a voice, that is, a say in the decisions that affect our lives, is based on the principle of self-determination. Evidence shows that better outcomes on First Nations issues are the result of proper consultation and Indigenous-led decision-making. Not just a voice, but Indigenous-led decisions. Council's own statement of commitment to Indigenous Australians champions self-determination of Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung and other local Indigenous peoples. We expect you to uphold this commitment by not excluding us from decision-making processes. We're also disappointed that you're unaware that Council officers were already implementing a program of community discussion on voice treaty truth, based on our advice to support respectful discussion. And this work is fully minuted in our advisory committee meetings. We expect Merri-bek councillors and officers to work respectfully and meaningfully with its First Nations Advisory Committee to progress reconciliation and justice. We acknowledge all the hard work that has been achieved so far, but are wary of being taken for granted. We make the following recommendations to remedy the tokenistic position the First Nations Advisory Committee finds itself in. So recommendation 1 is to formalise Aboriginal self-determination in Merri-bek's decision-making process on First Nations affairs by incorporating best practice standards of consultation and decision-making with First Nations people into the committee's terms of reference. And with reference to UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the Victorian Charter of Human Rights, Section 19. This should include at minimum a commitment by Council that significant Council decisions that affect First Nations communities come to the First Nations Advisory Committee for advice before going to Council for a decision. And then the second recommendation is to implement an Aboriginal self-determination education campaign for councillors, officers and community to ensure better outcomes for First Nations community in Merri-bek. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. We don't normally have responses on statements, but I do just want to say thank you for coming in and for giving us that statement. And of course, we will be discussing the substance of what you've raised later tonight, but I do just want to say that I think we're constantly learning and trying to improve our processes and get better. So thank you for bringing that to our attention tonight.
Great. Thanks.
Next up, we've got item 7.9, the Governance Rules Review. Is Marion Atwater here online? Great, she's got 2 questions. Is Marion? All right, so Marion is still joining, so we will wait for her to join. Hopefully soon. All right, while we're still waiting. All right, so whilst we're still waiting for Marion to join us online, I think we've got Rod here in person who had submitted a question on an item that wasn't on the agenda, but given we've got a bit of time and he's here in person, we thought we might answer that one.
Hi, it's Rod Callender from, I live in Pascoe Vale. The council has constructed 2 shared bike paths north of Bell Street, one on Hilton Street between West Street and Whitford Street, the other on O'Hay Street between Irvine Street and Dale Avenue. The Hilton Street path was constructed over 10 years ago. The O'Hay Street path was constructed over 4 years ago. Before the paths can be legally used, they must be line marked and signposted. The council has point blank refused to do this despite numerous community requests. When will the council signpost and line mark these 2 bike paths?
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I wasn't previously aware of that one. I might go to Anita as the director.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Rod, for your question. The paths were built opportunistically in the past, and Council is currently reviewing the appropriateness of shared paths in the road reserve, given safety concerns with intersections, driveways, mixing with pedestrians, impacts on trees and other aspects. Council is currently developing a new transport strategy and will investigate this area further and formulate a position on this type of infrastructure. Engagement on a discussion paper is currently open for community feedback, with further engagement on a draft strategy later in 2023. After the strategy is adopted early next year, we'll determine whether to install line marking and signage on these paths.
Okay, could I have that in writing? Could you send that to me? What?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Could you send that in an email, what you just said then to me?
Yeah, we can do a follow-up
Yep.
email. Yeah.
Yep, okay.
All good.
All right, thanks for that.
Thanks, Rod. Okay, we'll double check if we've got Marion online. Oh, sorry, Troy, what was that? Oh, great. Okay, connecting to audio.
Hello.
Hi, Marion, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Thank you. So my name's Marion Atwater. I'm from Pascoe Vale, and my questions are on item 7.9, the governance rules, and 7.10, the quarterly progress report on the council action plan. Question 1 is that Chapter 5 of the governance rules for council committees and joint council meetings gives the impression that if the council collaborates with other councils or external organisations, then it will do so via a delegated committee or a community asset committee or a joint council meeting format, as provided for in the governance rules and also in sections 62, 64 and 65 of the Local Government Act of 2020. Whereas in reality, not one such committee or meeting format exists. They are all alliances and task forces done under a memorandum of understanding or otherwise terms of reference. So on page 295 of the agenda in the quarterly progress report, the action to deliver advocacy campaigns that support council priorities mentions some of the collaborations that operate outside of Chapter 5 of the Governance Rules and the Local Government Act. It says in that action that coordinated advocacy continued with Merri-bek actively participating with partner advocacy organisations, including the Northern Councils Alliance, the M9, the Northern Alliance for Greenhouse Action, the Council Alliance for Sustainable Built Environment, and the Local Government Mayoral Task Force supporting people seeking asylum. Chapter 5 of the Governance Rules currently gives a misleading impression to the public that councils will operate within the intention of the Local Government Act, and that intention is explained in the explanatory memorandum to the Local Government Bill, which was that collaboration with other councils would be done by joint council meetings or joint delegated committees. This hardly seems fair. So my question for councillors and not council staff is that, seeing as how the council has chosen to operate outside of the intentions of the Local Government Act, shouldn't something be added to Chapter 5 of the governance rules to mention all those other alliances and task forces before it goes out to community consultation?
Thanks, Marion, for your question. So delegated committees, sorry, just to clarify, I'm answering that one. So delegated committees are used by councils in some cases, but Merri-bek hasn't had a committee, such a committee for many years, and any joint council meetings are actually quite rare. In terms of alliances like the Northern Councils Alliance, the M9 group of inner metropolitan councils, and the mayoral task force supporting people seeking asylum, they're not actually decision-making bodies exercising the legal powers of Merri-bek Council. So our council's policy, for example, to support refugees or to support the Northern Council's transport strategy, they're adopted positions by Merri-bek Council itself, and I can confirm that this is actually appropriate and within the scope of the Local Government Act. So you can ask your next question.
Thank you. And I think at the Local Government Mayoral Task Force, they do ask for amounts of money, which gets approved.
All right,
by...
we're not going to do the back and forth. If you could just ask your second question.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is regarding the governance rules again. The current governance rules states on page 12 in the introduction section to meeting procedures that, and I quote, "The chairperson is an independent leader of meetings and generally does not participate in debate or move or second motions." There is no explanation of what the word generally means in this context in the governance rules. So my question for councillors and not council staff is, and it's two questions really, what are the circumstances that make it acceptable for the chairperson to move or second motions at a council meeting? And also, does the term independent leader mean that the chairperson is not a member of any political party, but instead ran in the council election as an independent candidate?
Look, thanks again for your questions. In terms of the word generally, I think there is a commonly, I guess, understood or accepted definition of the word, and that means mostly but not all of the time, and this can be backed up in, numerous dictionaries, so that one's on that. Under section 28(1)(a) of the Local Government Act 2020, each councillor is required to actively participate in the decision-making processes of the council. So it makes sense that there will be occasions when the chairperson and the mayor, so when I or different mayors over the years decide that it's appropriate to either propose or to support certain items on the agenda. Regarding the term independent leader, as mentioned as part of the role of the chairperson in the governance rules, no, this does not require that the chairperson or the mayor, it doesn't mean that they can't be involved with a political party. Rather, it means that the chairperson assumes the role of an impartial leader during the meeting whilst they're acting as the chairperson. So again, thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
I'll see now if we've got, we had a couple of other questions on non-agenda items, so I'll see if, sorry, just to spring this on you guys, if John Soldados is here in person. Oh, John's here. Oh, he might be over on the side. Or maybe not. All right, in that case, okay, I'm being motioned to wait a sec. All right, he's coming. Do we have John? Oh, great. Okay. Thanks. I just couldn't see from that far around the corner. Thanks, John. We were luckily running a bit ahead of schedule, so thank you for being here. You've got two questions.
I just come to see the council about a few issues that are important to the council and things that they can resolve. It's not a complaint. I'm not complaining. I'm not, either way, whatever council, whatever they do, I'm happy to go along. I'm 77 years of age. I'm too old to complain. I've been through politicians. I've talked to all the politicians in the past, and I know the way they think and the way they behave. Bill Shorten, I've talked to a number of times. Peter Cahill, I've talked to. And what you've got to realise is that there are situations out there that the council has got to look at. And one of the things that I talked to the Mayor of Moonee Ponds about is as far as they've got about $110 million in their budget and it's gaining no interest at all. And I said to him, well, that's silly, because if you borrow $50 million to build a pool, why can't you invest? You can borrow, you're allowed to borrow as a council, but you can't invest. Now, if you, as a council, invested money, then that'll benefit the council and the residents, because you'll be able to keep rates down. Now, at the moment, the housing prices are dropping, yet the council has put up their rates 2.3%. Now, if you're going to keep working and being active in the jobs that you need to do, you're going to have to be able to reduce rates for ratepayers if they are struggling to pay. Otherwise, the alternative is you're going to have to go to court all the time and try and retrieve the rate money, which is a bit silly. There's other things that I was going to suggest to the council to do. One of the things that I've noticed is in a lot of areas in Melbourne, bicycle lanes are on one side of the road, not both sides of the road. So it's safer for the cyclists, and on one side of the road that there's no bicycle lanes, there's less chance that people will have an accident with a cyclist, because about 15 cyclists every year die on the road, and it's easy to see why. Another problem I have is...
And the last little problem, just because you're about to hit time.
What's that?
If you could just wrap up your statement.
I can't hear because I haven't got my hearing aid.
All good.
I'm getting it next week. So.
All good. You just wrap it up in the next few seconds.
You want me to wrap it up?
Yes, yeah. We've just hit
you
the
need to
3
go
minutes. Home. No, we've just hit the 3 minutes.
You're only allowed 2 minutes?
3.
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, I would take an hour, so.
I'm afraid we don't quite have an hour.
Yeah, I've got a lot of other good suggestions for the council.
Feel free to pop it, I reckon, into an email and send it through to councillors, and that way we can get into the substance of what you've raised in some more detail.
I don't like emails. I don't use a computer.
Or a letter, of course.
I like to talk to people, like in the old days where you used to walk into a person's office and talk to them. You say, well, look, this is happening. Yeah, okay, I'll finish on this. At Pascoe Vale Road, you've got nature strips that cars are parking on because they are concreted. There are a lot of roads in and around Moreland here that cars are dodging, trying to get through. Now, if you don't allow the nature strip to be used in a lot of cases where the road's too narrow, there's going to be accidents. In our area, there's already been one person killed. So I think that nature strip idea, green grass is not as important as human beings, and trees are not as important as human beings.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you. So did you want to just address perhaps on the first bit about the investments?
Sure. Thank you, John, for your question. I am pleased to say that we have developed our budget.
I can't hear you.
We have developed our budget in challenging economic times, and in that environment, the rate cap was set by the state government, which was adopted and is higher than recent years, however much lower than inflation rates.
Sorry, it's the environment that's got this council into trouble, like a lot of councils, because being green is expensive. It costs a lot of money.
John. Thanks, John. We might let Sue just answer the bits, and then we do have to get through a pretty pretty packed agenda. So we'll just let Sue finish her answer and then we'll move on.
John, we also do have return on investments.
What's that?
We also do have return on investment, so we're managing our budget, financially in a financially sustainable way. And within these challenging times, we have adopted a budget at the June Council meeting where we are delivering hundreds of, vital and key services to the community within that challenging economic context. And I'd also be very happy to talk to you in person, John, about the, multiple issues that you've raised tonight.
So, so we've got your details, so we'll be able to follow up with you directly.
I'd rather come in and talk to people because the issues are quite a few. And there's a lot of things you can do to improve your services.
Yeah, I look forward to chatting to you, John.
Yeah,
and
we'll send a follow-up.
I don't have much time because next month I'm going to Europe. So,
well, bon voyage.
So
but no, we'll follow up with you. Don't worry. We'll.
If you want to follow up what I have to say,
we'll do it in a relatively time-sensitive
Oscar
manner.
knows me. He's got my phone number. You can. Yeah.
All right. We might wrap it up there. Thank you, John, for coming in and for discussing those issues. Really appreciate it.
No worries. I'm happy to come in.
Thank you.
And I might come in another 3 minutes another time when I come back, and another 3 minutes another time after that.
That's your right. All good.
So I'll take up about 10 minutes of your time.
Thanks, John.
All right.
Have a good one. All righties, and with that, we'll now move on to, actually it concludes question time, and that concluded at 8:17 p.m.
Can I move a procedural?
Yes.
That we move item 8.2 about the First Nations Advisory Committee to be considered maybe just after 7.5, which is on the similar issue.
Yep, I'm happy with that. Do other councillors agree with that? Great. Yeah, I think people are still around. All right, so we'll go straight though into item 7.1, which is our first report for the evening, and that's the sports ground surface study. Any conflicts of interest for councillors to disclose? No. All right, do I have a motion? Councillor Tapanos to move the officer's recommendation, Councillor Riley to second it. Councillor Tapanos.
Thank you. So yes, look, this is a piece of work I did.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much, members of the gallery. This is a piece of work I must admit I didn't support council commissioning, but having read through it now and actually seeing there is a lot of useful information in this report. It is information that we are hoping to get feedback on from the community as well, particularly our sporting clubs. Certainly, technology in regards to sports fields is changing. Of course, we all know that we would love to have natural grass, but that is limited in its usage. So there is a challenge here for our community in this sense, and for our council. How do we grow sports and allow maximum participation on a resource that is, sports grounds are quite limited in that sense. So I think this is some good piece of work, some valuable information. I'd love to hear your views before we make a final decision and embed this into our strategies and how we do our sports infrastructure into the future.
Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Riley as the seconder.
Yeah, thanks. Just briefly, this is a really important piece of work that I'm glad has come back to us. It's addressing that vexed issue of how we're using our sports grounds well. The advantage with synthetic turfs is it allows us to double or triple the use of the space. This is a problem that we've helped build in our city because we've been leaders in making pathways for girls and young people in the different sporting codes. So part of that pressure is something that we've unleashed, that beast, and I'm really pleased that we've unleashed it. So inevitably we had to try and look at this to get the balance right between a sustainable use of the grounds and sustainable in terms of water, urban heat island effect, and microplastics, and this policy addresses a lot of that
and really looking forward to the community giving their feedback, and thanking John and the Climate Action Moreland or Merri-bek group for all of their work on this and other things related. So this is a really important step in the process to get the community's input and feedback on this, whilst we're also trying to address the needs of our sporting clubs, our young people and all active people on our open spaces. So really value this work. It is groundbreaking for us in Victoria, and I'm looking forward to sharing it with many of the schools and the Education Department and the Australian Education Union, because they're probably using it more than we are in our city and creating the urban heat island effects, and they're not even sort of covered in this report. So there's just another example of the broader extent of the problem. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. Are there any speakers against this motion? Any other speakers? Yes?
Some amendments?
Yep. What were previously circulated?
Yeah.
Great, we'll get them up on the screen and we'll see firstly if they're amenable to the mover and the seconder.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to accept all the amendments of dot point 1. I would have preferred dot point 3 came as a separate report because I'd love to get some information on that.
I might just, because there is a bit more information, Eamon, is that your field, just to explain what's happening in that space, and that might allay some concerns.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. So point 3 refers to a trial, really looking at the methodology that is being used in New South Wales, and that is really looking at how we maximise the growth and the best sort of growing conditions for natural turf, using more organic material in those sports fields. So a trial could look at a number of different locations and a number of different sort of surface areas, like areas that such as goal squares, which are really heavily impacted, and could look at what impact and what change adding additional organic material might have to soil structure, water permeability, microbial activity in the soil, and turf growth.
So it seems quite relevant to the report because it's about sports services.
Yep.
And there's no additional that can be done with existing funds?
It would depend on the scale, so we'd need to scope it and look at the scale. If you trialled it on a really, really big oval, a whole thing, it might be quite expensive, but we could do it in a scaled way in particular sections.
Thank you. I'm happy with that. Sounds like a good idea.
Yep.
Excellent. So that'll be that'll be incorporated into the main substantive item. So I'll just ask again, do we have any speakers against this updated motion? Another speaker in favour of this motion? Question? Yep, just unmute yourself.
Yeah, it's just a further question, just along that. How do you control, I mean, as a trial, the different variables with that one, Eamon, you know, because you can't control what climate you might have at that time, or when you're only just doing one particular field or something?
I think we'd have to work with the experts on the technique and having a control site that might be used, you know, to benchmark what we're doing. So there will be some variables. Climate will be different, perhaps on different sites. Permeability is going to be different because of different soil conditions. So there will definitely be some variable conditions between different sites, which we'll have to manage.
Thank you. All right, we'll go back into debate and see if there are any other speakers in favour of this item. Councillor Conlon?
Yeah. I'll just sort of explain it a bit better to the people watching because it might get lost in the detail. But yeah, there's basically 3 amendments. One of them, the first 2 are essentially incorporating some of the questions, the 2 questions that John Englert from the community just put to the council during question time, which are basically to incorporate some additional information around the usage of C.B. Smith, John Faulkner College, as well as to, apply this policy, which is like basically the way we analyse what surface should be used at different sporting grounds, applying the policy to include all sports, not just a select few, so extending it to apply to lawn bowls, tennis and hockey. And then the last one is about this trial of natural synthetic natural turf management, so that council, basically there's a lack of information about how we can best practice natural turf management, and so the purpose is for council to sort of contribute to finding out that information by conducting its own trials to figure out if there's ways that we can change the way we manage natural turf so that we can get more out of those natural turf fields, so that we're not, so that, you know, synthetic is not necessarily always the only option. We might be able to get better, cheaper use of our existing ovals for all sports.
Thanks, Councillor Conlon. I'll just remind councillors that when you're speaking and standing up, it might be better to, I think, bring the microphone up with you so that people out there can hear a bit clearer, or stay seated, of course, and it's much easier that way. So, are there any other speakers on this item? If not, we might put that one to the vote then. All those in favour of this new motion? All those against? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, next we're up to item 7.2. Now, as foreshadowed, I'm going to move that we defer this in light of, I guess, the submissions that we've had this evening. Councillor Bolton's happy to second. I'll just, governance team, if we could get the wording up on the screen. My preferred wording is that the debate on this matter be deferred until the council meeting to be held on September 13 for the purpose of extended contemplation on the matter. And of course, that will involve further meetings and workshopping things through. Great. I don't really need to add anything to that. I think we kind of heard it all earlier. Councillor Bolton, did you want to speak to that at all? Yeah. No. Oh, sorry.
You don't speak on deferral motions, but I think there is, in the lead up to this meeting, it became apparent that what was being proposed was not really fit to purpose, and so there needs to be a further month of exploration of the issues and to cost another alternative.
Great, thanks, Councillor Bolton. Do we have any speakers against this deferral? Nope. All right, put that one to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thanks, councillors. Next up is item 7.3, LGBTIQA+, protections under local laws. Any conflicts to disclose? No. And Councillor Pulford's got his hand up, I'm presuming, to move the thing?
Yes.
Great.
It's a slightly amended one.
Unmute yourself if you haven't already.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a slightly amended one that was sent around, although I think the very last part of the sentence dropped off from the one that other councillors received. So just to bring other councillors' attention, for point 3,
Yep.
I think over the email only circulated to proposed legislation reform.
Yep.
So you might not have seen to offer wider protections against vilifying behaviour. It doesn't change the meaning.
No.
It's just more detail.
Great. I'll see if you've got a seconder for that one. I think I saw Councillor Conlon. Did I see your hand up? Yeah. Excellent. Okay, Councillor Pulford as the mover.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. So this is a report coming back to us after earlier in the year Council requested whether we could amend our local laws to prevent the vilification of LGBTIQA+ people within our community. This was part of a request from Victorian Pride Lobby, which is a community group working across all of Victoria, helping to advance equality and the rights of LGBTIQA+ people in Victoria. They run the Victorian Rainbow Local Government campaign, and it's a really great campaign. If people haven't heard of it, they should check it out, because through their work, every council in Victoria flew the Pride flag for Ida Hobbit Day earlier this year in May. That's significant because it hasn't happened before, but also because councils have been increasingly targeted by far-right members of the community, particularly on queer events like drag story times that are run at council venues. So this is a report coming back to us when we were looking at what council could do to affirm its support and commitment with queer members of our community. The idea was that because council does have enforcement officers and who can enforce our local laws, and we do have an existing local law, it says there in point 2, section 2.1E under our general local laws, it stops a person must not, within the hearing or sight of a public place, among other things, commit an indecent or offensive act or use any threatening, abusive or insulting words or behaviour. So we wanted to look at whether we could extend that to the vilification of LGBTIQA plus people. The report's quite interesting. There's some legal advice that says our local laws should only dictate things that happen within our community, and obviously, unfortunately, discrimination against queer people can happen all throughout Victoria and the world. But also, vilification has a technical definition of you need to not only be spewing hatred yourself, but encouraging others to join you in that spewing hatred towards a certain group of people. So the report says that it's not really appropriate, doesn't quite fit in our local law to do that. But the state government has committed a couple of years ago into expanding anti-vilification laws to protect LGBTIQA plus people. In the past, we've said we as a council will advocate to council to actually implement those reforms. Like if you're going to do it, get it done now, start protecting queer people now. And so the amendment to the end is just, I think part of this dropped off when the agenda went out. And so it's just affirming that we'll call on state government to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Bulford. Councillor Conlon is the seconder.
No, not really anything further to add. Just that, yeah, it's basically beyond the scope of, local government powers to sort of enforce individual behaviour in the way that this was originally seeking. So, yeah, I think Councillor Bulford summed it up.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Conlon. Any speakers against this motion? Okay. Ooh. Any other speakers on this motion? Councillor Bolton?
I would like to speak on this. I am definitely supporting this motion, but I think in the lead up to this meeting, when we were having the discussions amongst councillors about anti-vilification laws, including what exists through the state government, I think really anti-vilification by itself isn't really the thing that can stop racism or homophobia or transphobia or any kind of discriminatory hate speech. And I think, this is good, this motion as far as it goes, but it's not the end of the story. And that was why I moved that motion a couple of months ago, that really council need to, including Merri-bek, need to stand up against the far right when they try and prevent councils from organising drag story time or other queer-friendly events, or potentially other sorts of events, because Merri-bek Council has been harassed for holding a day of mourning ceremony on the 26th of January. So I think the best thing is to stand up against this hate speech and hate groups. But I recognise there is a feeling in the community that we need anti-vilification laws, but sometimes anti-vilification laws can be turned back against their victims, of the victims of hate speech. So I think it's sort of limited value, but it's I'll support it because I don't think it's terrible that this there be an expansion of anti-vilification laws, but just really I'd like to comment on their limitation.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. I'll see if there are any other speakers on this item. If not, we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Next is 7.4, Rainbow Tick accreditation for libraries. Any conflicts? No, I see Councillor Pulford's already got his hand up, and that's to move the thing. Yep, and Councillor Conlon to second. Councillor Pulford?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is a simple report saying that we'll get a future report talking about this issue. Basically, Rainbow Tick accreditation is fairly new in the last several years, and it's about organisations going through accreditation so that they're welcoming and inclusive spaces for LGBTIQA plus people. It applies to health services, so this was part of a motion, I think potentially even the same motion we passed earlier this year, for the previous item, looking to whether our libraries could get Rainbow Tick accreditation. Technically, my understanding is it only applies to health services, so this report is saying We can't get it for our libraries, but we are looking at potentially getting it for our maternal and child health services. And you can actually add associated organisations under that listing, so we can chuck in our libraries underneath that. So subject to a future council decision when this comes forward for all of our health services and connected services like libraries, we may pursue rainbow tick accreditation then, which would be great, I think, but we'll wait to see the report.
Great, thanks, Councillor Pulford. Councillor Conlon as a seconder.
Yeah, just that, like as Councillor Bolton was saying, both of these motions are about trying to strengthen, council's position and approach to, the far right, and making sure that we've got, clear processes and kind of visible ways of showing the community that we are, inclusive and welcoming of minorities, especially the queer community. Just to, that kind of visibility does help with local minorities to show that the council is, not supportive of the awful Nazi far-right groups that have been storming council meetings recently. So, happy to support this and looking forward to the next part of this process.
Great, thank you, Councillor Conlon. I'll see if there are any speakers against this motion. Any other speakers in favour of this motion? If not, we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Now, next up,
Resolution.
yes, we've got item 7.5, Merri-bek Community Campaign for the Voice. I'll just see if there's any conflicts. No, and I've got Councillor Bolton on her feet, so we'll just double check which motion it is that you're moving. And
alternative
excellent.
I'm happy to second.
Great, we'll just get that up on the screen. And Councillor Conlon to second. Councillor Bolton, take it away.
Okay, so I won't read the whole thing out.
We can't hear you.
I won't read the whole thing out. So basically the first point is noting the statement that was read out by the co-chair of the First Nations Advisory Committee just before, expressing its disappointment about them not being consulted on a number of First Nations issues. It includes endorsement of the two recommendations from the Advisory Committee, one being regarding the consultation with the First Nations Advisory Committee, and also a Aboriginal self-determination education campaign for councillors, officers and the community. So then number three is supports a community awareness plan that allocates resources to council-initiated and community-led conversations and information sharing with the Merri-bek community about the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament, with speakers also reflecting the diversity of progressive views within the First Nations community. 4, approves a budget of $8,000 for the community forums and conversations and $10,000 for quick response type grants to host local, I'm not reading it all out word for word, but just giving the gist of it, to host local events and conversations with First Nations speakers to promote information sharing and respectful conversations. And lastly, acknowledges the considerable impact that the referendum campaign is having for many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's spiritual and emotional well-being, and that Council offers support to the First Nations community during this time, and seek out what's the best form of support. I'm moving this motion because this report coming back was to allocate a whole lot of extra funding, $22,000 in all, to the Yes campaign. And as was mentioned in community discussion earlier, there are a range of positions within the First Nations community, including the Aboriginal Advisory Committee, the First Nations Advisory Committee in Merri-bek, where the positions range from, people who fully support yes, people who are critical support yes, people who are wavering between yes and no, people who've got a progressive no position. So what I'm proposing, I think, for Merri-bek to have any credibility with its First Nations Advisory Committee is to have education and discussion about the referendum and what's being proposed, to include a diversity of progressive voices within the First Nations community, and so that there can be some good solid discussions and awareness raising about the issues so that people can make an informed choice in the referendum. I'm proposing that the budget be for community forums and conversations and community grants for such conversations as well, but not the $4,000 that officers are recommending for to print yes signs and so forth. I mean, there's already been $5,000 allocated to that from last council meeting, so I don't feel there's a need for that. I think there's a need for not shoehorning people into yes or no, but reflecting the breadth of positions so that people are shifting around as the debate goes on. And I think we need to allow people to have you know, a solid, more nuanced discussion and debate. So that's why I'm putting forward an alternative resolution.
Thanks. Councillor Bolton, Councillor Conlon as the seconder.
So I'm very disappointed where we are as a council on this issue. The significant division of positions on the voice to Parliament amongst First Nations and non-Indigenous communities across the country. Even within the progressive movement, there are a range of views. This varied sentiment is reflected in our own First Nations Advisory Committee. For example, at the February 2023 First Nations Advisory Committee meeting, the committee discussed the voice to Parliament. There was no unanimous position expressed by the committee with people on the yes side, no side and everything in between. That's why I was surprised to see a notice of motion come to the last council meeting proposing that council endorse the voice without consulting its own First Nations Advisory Committee. The motion was not even informally circulated to the committee, to my view, or sorry, to my knowledge. The First Nations Advisory Committee is an advisory body. What's the point of having an advisory body if council does not seek advice from that body on the issues relevant to that body, in this instance, First Nations affairs? In a twisted and disappointing irony, this council has ignored the voice of its own First Nations Advisory Committee when voting on its position on the voice. I think this is why so many First Nations communities and groups are so suspicious of the voice, because First Nations organisations that don't have actual power are easily ignored or sidelined to suit the political imperatives of those in power. I think this is an early example of what is likely to happen if a voice of Parliament does succeed at the referendum. I can almost guarantee the government will completely ignore the voice when it inevitably opposes a fracking project on country or requests that people stop murdering First Nations people in custody. This local debacle is why many First Nations people have been calling for a treaty before voice, so that structural power is delivered to First Nations communities before tokenistic symbolic power. Treaty before voice is also the official position of some political parties, but ignored in practice because it's not politically convenient.
Thanks for that contribution, Councillor Conlon. Do we have any speakers against this motion? Or any, just unmute yourself, sorry. Thanks.
Not against, but I would like to propose an amendment, if that's acceptable.
Has this been circulated?
Well,
okay.
If you give me a second, I would.
It's just on the fly.
Put in the $4,000 for printed materials. I'd like to reinstate that. That was part of the officer's recommendation.
All right, let's just let's just scroll down to where it is and just be clear on where that's coming back in. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm on top of my notes.
Yeah, it's amending point 4.
Okay.
To add the printed material $4,000 for the Yes to Voice Treaty and Truth material.
All right, so
No, it's yes.
It's an addition.
All right, let's just get the wording though, and we'll get the wording finessed, and then we'll go back to the mover and the seconder. We'll get that in a different colour so we can see it. So approves a budget of $4,000 for printed materials, $8,000 for community forum conversations, and $10,000 for quick response type grants. That's the wording that you're happy with, Councillor Tapanos?
Yes, which aligns with the officer recommendation on page 127.
Yep, okay, and all right, so that just says printed materials. Okay, so
in accordance with
the rest of the thing, yeah.
Page 127.
Okay, So I just need to see firstly if it's acceptable to the mover or the seconder. Mover?
No, because
All right, we don't want to do the...
question about the amendment. I'm assuming
You're not unmuted yet, Sue. Sue, can you unmute yourself?
I'm assuming your amendment is along the lines of what's printed on page 127 rather than
That's
just
right.
those words? Yeah, no, I'm not acceptable.
All right, so that's not acceptable to the mover. So, Councillor Tapanos, I'll see if you've got a seconder for that. Councillor Riley to second that. Councillor Tapanos, can you speak to your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. And thank you to members of the gallery and particularly the advisory committee for coming in and speaking to us today and presenting us with your statement. And as I sit here and sort of debate this issue, the one thing that rings very strongly for me is that this council in 2021 made a commitment to Wurundjeri Council, to our traditional elders, to support the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. And that support extends and includes a voice to Parliament. So our commitment as a council to support yes in this referendum was not made last month. It was made in the Statement of Commitment in 2021. Now, I think that's an important point that's probably been missed in the conversation. And that Statement of Commitment is signed and has the support of this council. And it is important that we acknowledge that as we did last month. And that's all we did last month. This council's support for yes is there and it's long-standing. It stretches back to that Statement of Commitment in 2021. What we also tried to do last month is to allocate some resources, because resources, forums, conversations, which will include progressive conversations on both sides of the debate, are important to have in any referendum, in any discussion. It's what this council did and invested significantly more money than what's been proposed in 1999 for the referendum then. It's what this council did more recently in the marriage equality survey. I'm sure it's what our predecessors in Brunswick and Coburg city councils have done for every referendum. Leadership in regards to the big national issues that we need to vote on is something that local government provides on behalf of its community. And it's that leadership that we need to provide now by supporting and encouraging these conversations, these campaigns. And yes, that includes printing material that says we have a Statement of Commitment which supports the voice, which supports truth-telling and supports treaty. And that's what this amendment seeks to do. It is to put some money, $4,000, towards printing of that material to make it clear to the community that we as a council have a commitment to support yes in the referendum and encourage our community to consider our relationship with Wurundjeri Council and our First Nations communities, which we've heard there are dissenting views. There are. But all reports that I hear tell me that the vast majority of Indigenous Australians support a yes to Parliament.
Thanks.
And we
Councillor
need to
Tapanos,
hear
if you
the
could wrap it up.
views of everyone. Everyone includes Senator Thorpe, but also includes Senator Stewart, who's supporting yes.
Thanks.
Senator Dodson,
Thanks,
who's
Councillor
supporting
Tapanos,
yes.
if you could wrap it
Senator
up.
McCarthy, who's
You're
supporting
well
yes.
and truly over time.
It also includes Linda Burney, who's leading the charge. All these Indigenous voices.
And that is a sentence
important.
to end on. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. So the seconder is Councillor Riley.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. Just to sort of further underscore the statements that came earlier, we made a Statement of Commitment in 2021. It's a pity that some councils don't seem to recognise or give that the weight that it deserves. I acknowledge that that doesn't cover all of the concerns and the different views of non-Woiwurrung people, traditional owners. So I get that, and I'm sorry that you're feeling that we're kind of may not be listening to you as much as we could, and I think the rest of this motion is picking up on that. But yeah, we are here for the full statement from the heart. It's about truth-telling, it's about treaty and voice. I also just want to acknowledge that there were 2 statements made earlier and there weren't questions, but I have been aware that Council is invested in running those. I've been trying to get to those sessions on treaty and other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander sessions. The last one I couldn't get through the door because I was too late. But I can't speak for other councillors whether they're aware of it, but I don't particularly agree with it. I'm not aware of it. Please, I am, and I have been trying to get along to those, and I'm trying to listen to other voices as well. So I really appreciate the rest of this notice of motion that, this notice that's been amended, the alternative motion, but I don't agree with the change of the figures, Councillor Bolton. It's really important that we get these printed materials up. Most of the money that was allocated last week's gone to 4 banners in Fawkner, Glenroy, Brunswick and Coburg, and there's a small amount of money left over for some printing, but we will need more to be able to really get the discussions happening across the city. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. Any speakers against this amendment? Councillor Conlon?
Again, in another bizarre sort of contradictory position. So on the one hand, the first part of Councillor Bolton's the amendments that Councillor Bolton has circulated, or the recommendations have been accepted by Council, that around the process of properly consulting the First Nations Advisory Committee, noting that there's division of positions amongst our very own First Nations Advisory Committee. Then what this amendment, to be clear, is doing is allocating resources to an explicit position, which the wording is in the officer report to a yes campaign. So on the one hand, Council's saying, yeah, cool, we're going to listen to you more. And then at the other hand, we're saying, but we're going to allocate another $4,000 to an explicit position to which the First Nations Advisory Committee doesn't have a united position on. So I'd like to be clear that's what this amendment does. And I think it's a repeated contradiction and ignoring of our very own First Nations Advisory people. So I won't be supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor Conlon. Any other speakers in favour of this amendment? Any other speakers against this amendment? We might, actually allow Councillor Tapanos to exercise a right of reply if you wish.
On amendments? Is that?
I think, yes, we did change our governance rules to allow that. Just unmute yourself, sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry, but...
Yeah, thank you, councillors. Look, all voices are important in this debate. And we are listening to all voices. And what this motion does is affirm our commitment, and it also affirms that we are listening to the debate that is occurring. But our commitment stands first and foremost. It is been written, it's been consulted on, and I believe the Advisory Council at the time was consulted on the commitment. It is a signed document, and it must be at the forefront of our decision making. So at the end of the day, when we have a look at the national debate that's about to have, allocating $4,000 to express our position is not a lot of money. And I guess without it, we don't really have that emphasis in the community about what council's view is. I think we need that money to be able to promote our position and promote our statement of commitment and promote those 3 things that are so important, which is voice, it is the referendum, it is voting yes in that regard, but it is also treaty, which we've been progressing with our First Nations, and it is truth-telling, which we've been progressing. And we've been doing all of these things simultaneously. But what we have before us now is a referendum, and each and every one of us will get a vote. And we need to play this leadership role, and printing $4,000 worth of material to show the community that we support yes is not unreasonable in the context of this massive referendum that we're about to have.
Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. So we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour of this amendment? All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against this amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And yes, we'll get a division. So all those in favour were Councillor Riley, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Pulford and myself. All those against were Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Hart, Councillor Bolton, Councillor Conlon, Councillor Davidson and Councillor Pavlidis. So we now go back to the substantive motion, and we've had the mover and the seconder speak to it. So I'll see if we've got any speakers against the substantive motion. Any speakers on the substantive motion? Councillor Pulford? Unmuted. Thanks.
Thank you to Kim from our advisory committee for coming in.
No,
She's off. I support this motion. I support especially the first couple of points. I hear the disappointment of the First Nations Advisory Committee, and I think it's fair for them to feel disappointed, and I think this will help us do better. It's really complex, the voice debate, because this is a national debate that every single Australian who can vote gets a vote on. And, you know, I see, and I think Councillor Tapanos has highlighted some of the tensions between our commitments that we've made and signed with our Wurundjeri Woiwurrung, the traditional owners for this area that our city's on. But also we have our First Nations Advisory Committee that didn't come to a view for yes or no, and they said that we shouldn't. That was in February. I think we're potentially 2 months away from the referendum where there'll be a yes or no vote. Everyone will have to decide yes or no. I think that vote will be seen, like the marriage equality vote was seen, as a broad vote in not just about the voice, but whether the vast majority of Australians support First Nations people and their fight for self-determination and justice, or whether it's seen as racist or anti the progression of justice and rights for First Nations people. So I'm really worried that a no vote would slow down process. And I also see it, you know, I hear a lot of the criticisms of the voice to Parliament. It's not going to be the be-all and end-all, of course not, but it's a first step, and nationally it's a first step on the way through the three elements of the Uluru Statement, voice, treaty and truth. Here in Victoria, already we're doing all three. I work at the First Peoples Assembly for the elected group of Aboriginal people who are leading the journey to treaty. I work with Aboriginal people day by day. In this organisation, they're advancing self-determination through treaty. It's incredible work that needs to be looked at more, and other states are actually learning from Victoria here. The difference between treaty and voice is treaty is about Aboriginal people having decision-making power and freedom to make decisions over their own affairs. And we know we get better outcomes for that when that happens. The voice is a first step towards this at a national level because it's getting Aboriginal perspectives on Aboriginal issues. And we know that they're the experts on their own lives and that decisions will be better made if they have input. It's not going to fix everything, of course not. But if we don't take this first step, are we going to get to the next steps of treaty nationally and truth nationally? I fear not. I fear it'll be seen as Australia doesn't actually have compassion or support for First Nations justice, and we'll miss this window of opportunity. So as we are now 2 months away from the referendum, I'm supportive of Council taking a strong yes position. Over 83%, according to some polls, of First Nations people support the voice. It's not right to say many don't support it. Of course some people don't support it. Some queers didn't support marriage equality. There's a diversity of opinion in every community, but the vast majority of First Nations people support it. The elected representative body of First Nations people in Victoria have voted to support it. Yes, there's some news today about whether that could change. Just like any member of this council, you can propose something to a council, doesn't mean it's going to get majority support. I think that's what's happening around.
Thanks, Councillor
Yeah,
Pulford.
but anyway, so happy to support this motion, and also happy that we're supporting the Yes campaign.
Thank you, Councillor Pulford. I'll see if there are any other speakers on this item. Oh, okay, I've got two. So I saw Councillor Pavlidis first. Was that for or against this item? And you're on mute.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to speak against. Look, I acknowledge everything that's already been said to date. And as councillors have already stated, there are diverse views in our community regarding the voice. In my view, it's not the role of council to tell the community how to vote in a referendum. It is a matter for each individual to turn their mind to the matter at hand and satisfy themselves that they have the necessary information to make an informed decision. Council allocating resources to a community-based yes campaign is, in my view, inappropriate use of council resources. The council has scarce resources, as has been acknowledged by councillors many, many times. And this was most evident during the budget process, where our community informed us where we should be allocating our resources. I cannot recall receiving any budget submission requesting council to allocate resources to support a community campaign for the voice. I believe council's role should be to direct the community to where they can find the necessary information they need to make an informed decision.
Thanks, Councillor Pavlidis. Any speakers in favour of this motion? Councillor Hart, just unmute yourself as well. I will unmute. Thank you.
I probably can't juggle holding, so
all right.
I will have to bed. I know this, in some ways, is a simple debate, in some ways, it's a complex one. And I guess it began with the heart, because it began with the Uluru Statement from the heart. And I think the way it has to end is that when people vote, they actually step into their heart to vote. So I hope that's the process, and with their head. But I would hope that on referendum day, that is what occurs for people. But there's 3 words listening tonight that I wrote down. And the 3 words were process, listening, and respect. And at our last meeting, we had a process of attempt to allocate funds that actually ignored some of our own council processes. And so it was important that I think this discussion went back to a report from council officers, and that's what we're debating, and that's what we've, I think, listened tonight to the First Nations Advisory Committee reflect on that process. The second part, I think, of listening is that's what needs to occur for all of us. But I think the listening is really what we needed to do tonight when we listened to our First Nations Advisory Committee. The third comment is respect. And I want to thank Councillor Bolton for what she was able to do, and I think she was able to bring together in her motion tonight, bring together the views of the First Nations People Advisory Committee, as well as the recommendations from the officer's report, and as well as a respectful position in recognition of the many people who've worked over the years for reconciliation. And that is the strength of the motion that I see very well crafted, very well thought before us tonight. And this is not an argument about $4,000. It is how do we listen to First Nations, and how do we also acknowledge the very important referendum that we have in front of us. And I hear what Councillor Pavlidis has to say. I also understand the comments that she has raised. But I think, in essence, what do we do best as a council is we organise with our communities, and we have a framework to have discussion and to have listening. And that's why I would support the allocation of that sum of money. I don't believe it's excessive.
Councillor
I believe it's less than what we were looking at last week. So I believe we have a way forward for us as a council.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. I'll see if there are any other speakers against this item. Any other speakers on or against? Just unmute yourself if you haven't already.
My main reasoning.
Oscar, can you just make sure that your light's on green? And that way we can all hear you.
Excuse me.
Thanks.
Look, my main reason for voting against it is I don't believe that a majority of the ratepayers of this city would want us to be spending money on a federal issue. We've got federal MPs, we've got a number of other MPs that come to our citizenship ceremonies and spruik the yes vote or the no vote. That's not what they're there for. And I'm getting really sick and tired of people using council as a platform to push their own agendas. Everyone's got their own opinion. You can vote yes, some can vote no, and that's your personal decision. But to waste $1 of anyone's rates in this current climate on something that's got nothing to do with council, everyone can have their own personal opinions on the yes/no vote. I just think if we had to if we made this public and asked our residents, I think there'd be a resounding 90% of people that would say, don't waste my money. How about you use my money wisely? Because I don't think, in particular with a number of things that are happening in terms of our complaints and where we sit with that in terms of our image and reputation, I don't think this is going to add to that. If anything, it's probably going to further impact that. Some might be sitting around this table going, what are you talking about? Let's be realistic. Let's not live in la-la land. I think wasting this money, and if this was going to hit the media, I think you'd be getting a few phone calls tomorrow saying, why are we wasting ratepayers' money on the yes/no vote? This is a federal issue. Let's leave it at with the federal parliament.
Thanks, Councillor Yildiz. I'll see if there are any speakers in favour of this motion. Councillor Davidson, just unmute yourself. Thanks.
Thank you. And I've listened to the discussion that's occurred here tonight and to the First Nations advisory representatives that have come and spoken to us today. I think that we will have the opportunity to vote in a few months' time, and as a council, I think the nuances of the discussion are important to have, and it's not necessarily that we facilitate a debate, but a discussion. And I think there's a very big difference between those two words. I think one of the key points that I picked up on was through that discussion having education and understanding. And I think that's a really important part of moving forward with this and helping our community come to a point where they are going to vote later on. So it's not necessarily formulating a position, and the problem is how this discussion has been framed. It's quite divisive, yes or no, but we have a group that's come to us at the First Nations Advisory Committee who have told us that they haven't been consulted, and I think that that is something that we've lacked in doing. And instead of forcing a position, I think we should be saying, let's have a discussion, not necessarily a debate, but a discussion where we can learn, we can understand, and we can grow. Because this won't be the first discussion that we have, and it won't be the last. And this will continue after the vote occurs as well, moving forward for our First Nations people as well.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. I'll see if there are any final speakers in debate. And if not, I might go back to Councillor Bolton if she wishes to exercise her right of reply.
Yes, I would. I mean, I must admit, I've been, found it really difficult, the whole nature of the way the debate has shaped up, because I would love to be able to really absolutely championing a yes vote if something much better was being put forward. But I'm also very scared about the racist vote as well, which is opposed to any kind of advance for First Nations people. I think that's extremely worrying, and because the racist movement is elements of it, and not just words, but actually carry out dangerous acts, such as the young teenager who was killed in Western Australia. Was it last year or the year before last, Cassius? That is what racism can do. I think there is a difference between this referendum and other referendums. I think a lot of people in the community do look to councils, local councils, to play a role in referendums and help facilitate community discussion and so forth. But I think this is a bit different to some other referendums where there's a lot more debate within the community that the referendum or the yes vote is meant to help if it gets up. Whereas I think with the equal marriage referendum, it was much more, sure there was some debate, but it wasn't that much debate in reality. There was a wholehearted campaign by the queer movement and allies to get the yes vote to equal marriage up. And it's not quite like that. And I think the fact that the Wurundjeri and a number of other traditional owner groups in Victoria, the ones that are recognised Aboriginal parties by the government, have not adopted positions on the voice yet, indicate there is a lot of discussion happening in First Nations communities. And that's not just, not people necessarily supporting the racist no vote, but like there are all sorts of discussions about, is this going to take this advisory committee people forward or backwards?
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. You've well and truly hit over the right of reply time allocated.
Anyway, I'd just like to advocate this, this resolution to people.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. So we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour of this motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those against is 2, and I might call for a division on that one. So all those in favour were Councillor Hart, Councillor Riley, Councillor Tapanos, myself, Councillor Davidson, Councillor Conlon, Councillor Pulford and Councillor Bolton. I'm sorry if I've raced through those names very quickly. And then all those against were Councillor Yildiz and Councillor Pavlidis. Okay, so as per our earlier agreement, we'll bring up item 8.2, which is the First Nations Advisory Committee one. I'll just check if there's any conflicts to disclose. No, and Councillor Bolton, that one's your motion, so we'll just clarify which motion that one is.
Yes, it's my motion has got a slight difference to what was what's in the agenda, but doesn't substantially alter the content.
Yep, we'll just get that up on the screen. We could just, we've got the amended one. Give us a sec.
Yeah, that bottom one.
Yes, perfect. All right, I'll just see if you've got a seconder for that one. Councillor Pulford to second, Councillor Bolton.
Okay, so this motion is really designed to prevent a situation occurring again where the First Nations Advisory Committee is not, their advice is not sought about important decisions affecting the First Nations community that come to council. So it's really calling for a review of the processes with regard to council decision making, including the formation of officer recommendations and notices of motion that have an impact on First Nations community, and explore ways to effectively consider and or refer such matters to the committee for their advice and feedback prior to council making a decision. And I actually believe this motion should actually lead to improvements for all of the advisory committees, not just the First Nations Advisory Committee, because I think this happens with other advisory committees as well, where council makes decisions, and because advisory committees don't meet very often, a lot of them meet only 4 times a year, so that's a lot of decisions that happen in between those meetings. And so this is to really explore ways that we can seek the advice of the First Nations Advisory Committee when issues come up in between First Nations Advisory Committee meetings, and for the committee to have input into the review, an opportunity to have adequate input into the review. So it's a pretty simple motion, and I believe is of relevance to all of the committees, whether it's age-friendly working group, sustainable transport, the Children's Committee, all of the other committees would also be this would be of benefit for them, and certainly the disability reference group as well. So, yeah, hopefully we can fix our processes. And I gather Darebin's got stronger processes, but I'm not sure about that.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Pulford as the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I support this motion.
Unmute yourself. Thanks.
Sorry, everybody. Just to be brief, I support this. I think I mentioned it in the last debate. I think it was a bad thing that we didn't go to the advisory committee, and I think hopefully this will help us, as well as the other measures in the previous report that Councillor Bolton moved, will help us avoid that.
Thanks, Councillor Pulford. Any speakers against this motion? Against? Unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. In its current form, yes, but maybe with a slight addition that might be rectified. I just wanted to add in there just before the First Nations Advisory Committee, also add Wurundjeri Woiwurrung Cultural Council. Corporation as well, because I think they should be the body that gets consulted on issues as the collective voice of our Wurundjeri elders. And I think that's really important that we consider how the Advisory Committee and Wurundjeri Council work together as part of this report.
All right, so that's the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung Cultural Heritage Aboriginal Corporation. I'll just...
Maybe, is that a separate report? Because this is about, this is about advisory committees.
Let me just actually, I'll ask the mover and the seconder if that's acceptable to them.
I've actually got a question.
Okay.
I mean, this is a motion specifically about the First Nations Advisory Committee. There are 2 representatives of the Wurundjeri on that committee and who attend many of the meetings. So we could, you know, there's certain things that we could perhaps consult the Wurundjeri on, but given that they have to, the Wurundjeri have to relate to whatever it is, 28 or 30 odd councils, so that, say, for instance, with our arts and culture strategy, where it pertains to First Nations, I mean, you don't want a situation where they're absolutely overloaded by absolutely everything, but there's a lot of, like in terms of the Central Wurundjeri, as opposed to the reps on the committee. So, I mean, maybe what the council could do as part of that review is see what the Central Wurundjeri organisation would like to be consulted on and not consulted on.
All right. Okay, that was a bit lengthy, but okay. I will take that as a not acceptable in its current form.
Just in its current form.
Okay, so, but that is what Councillor Tapanos is moving. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Riley to second that. And can we just make sure, that that's capitalised?
Have a chance. I'd like to move we lay it on the table and fix the amendment and come back to it later in the meeting.
Yeah.
I'm just also trying to understand. I think there's a few technical things to figure out here around. So, because first of all, this is around council's own internal advisory committees, not necessarily.
Let's just. So we've had a procedural. Wait. We've had a procedural motion to lay it on the table. I don't think I've actually done. Let me look at my notes because I haven't dealt with one of these before. So, motion. So okay. Okay, so you wish to lay it on the table. So we just put that one to the vote. Actually, there's no debate on that. Well, Councillor Tapanos hasn't.
I'm not moving to lay it on the table.
Oh, okay. So Councillor Bolt. So because you're the mover of the motion, you can't actually move to lay the thing on the table. Okay. So no, you're the seconder. Okay, Councillor Conlon to move to lay it on the table. And so then, Kathy, when do we...
later in the meeting.
At the end of the meeting?
Yeah, later.
All right, great. So someone will pick it up. Great. Okay, so we're just going to put that one to the vote then, that we lay it on the table. All those in favour? Yep, all those against. Great, that's carried. So we will deal with that when somebody chooses to pick it up off of the table. All right, we will go back up to 7.6. Okay, this is 1 to 9 Bree Street, Brunswick, developer-led proposal. Any conflicts of interest on this one? No. Councillor Riley, you're on your feet. Are you moving the officer rec?
Yeah, this is a really good project that's being put to us by a landowner and seeking to take a part of land on the corner of Breeze and Hope Street and see whether we might be able, they can underground it and take some of the costs off us. We end up continuing to own that land, but it would be a really good opportunity to get some extra open space.
Councillor Riley, sorry, we need a seconder for that.
seconder.
Councillor Davidson to second.
Thanks, Councillor Davidson. Sorry about that. So this is just a really simple recommendation in a sense to actually allow the Chief Executive Officer to set up an agreement to pursue this and flesh it out further to see where it will go and to get a feasibility for it. This is very exciting because this area's got some of the most intense development in our city. It's not necessarily eligible for more of our park close to home because we've just opened Merri-bek up the road recently and Gorong Park on the other side of the railway line a bit further northwest. But any further open space in this area would be welcomed by the community that lives there, but others who visit, and generally for people in Merri-bek, I think. So it's just a great initiative. So it's really great to see this sort of thing coming before us.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. Councillor Davidson as a seconder.
No, nothing further to add. I think Councillor Riley summed that up very well.
Excellent. So, any speakers against this motion? Any other speakers in favour? Councillor Tapanos?
Just briefly to say this is a really great idea and really innovative, and it shows a way in which we could partner with people in our community and developers in particular to actually get really good community outcomes. And I think that this will also be an example that hopefully could be replicated in other areas of the city and even Central Coburg or other projects that we do. The fact is that developers do make a fair bit of money when they develop in our city, and those of them that have a community conscious and want to be good contributors do actually propose great stuff. And what's been proposed here is fantastic. If it eventuates, it will be a new park in Brunswick at next to no cost to council. And that is just an amazing opportunity, and it is really worth going down the path of pursuing this partnership and seeing all the benefits that will come out of it, because it really is a win-win scenario. So I congratulate everyone who's been involved in this process, from council officers, but also the proponents. I congratulate the proponents for being visionaries in a sense and being able to work with council to get this idea up and to bring it to us. And I think that was really well done.
Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. Anybody else on this item?
You need to send me your amendment so I know where you put.
All right. So we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Okay, next up is item 7.7, which is response to council resolution on traffic management, Coco Jackson Lane, Brunswick East. Any conflicts to disclose? Nope. All right. I have a motion from Councillor Riley.
Yeah, I'd like to move the officer report if I've got a recommendation, if I've got a seconder.
Councillor Davidson to second. Councillor Riley.
Yep, thanks. I know there's been a lot of concern around this one, but I do think the officer's report actually walks a very fine line between trying to meet the different requirements of the business there and the residents. I've been listening and talking to the residents on phones and looking at their videos and so on, so I really appreciate all of that feedback. However, the laneway is a public space, and yes, we should be trying to reduce the impacts. That queuing and all that needs to be really reduced. But I do think it's worth giving this one a go because it will mean that we'll reduce the queuing. The larger loads might still be unloaded in the laneway, while the smaller loads will be designated for Lygon Street. And some of the trucks that would be waiting could wait in a different place rather than in the laneway and cause this backlog that we've been having and some of the queuing. So I really do think this loading management plan that's being proposed and the other suggestions in the recommendation are really trying to strike the right balance, and it would mean that Reece can actually look further to how they might position themselves if this doesn't work out. So it needs to come back to us for further advice once we see what the changes are doing. So we're actually asking that the community advises of those changes and the proposed timing of that. So we'll certainly get this to come back after 12 months to monitor and have a further look at it. So I think that's really a good timeline as well. So I think thank the officers for trying to walk through this bit of a minefield. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. Councillor Davidson as the seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Riley, for moving this. I think that this report strikes a balance between...
Councillor Pavlidis can't hear you.
Oh.
So could you maybe speak closer to the microphone and we'll see if that works?
Can you hear me?
Okay, there we go.
Okay. So I think this report strikes a balance between the resident concerns and the needs of Reece Plumbing as a business to continue to operate. I think the traffic management, the unloading management plan and loading management plan is going to see a remarkable difference and acts of goodwill and good faith by both parties to trial this and then review it later on. This isn't something that we're saying is a fait accompli, that's it, we wash our hands. This is something where we're trying to work with both sides to come up with a resolution that's going to be workable and that people can live with. It's not something that one party is going to be overjoyed about or really upset about, but it's what can we live with, what can both sides manage and cope well with. And I think this is one step forward to testing a very sound plan to time deliveries and the recommendations go on. So it's something that I definitely support and want to see implemented, and I do want to then have a report come back and review how it's going. And I do appreciate Reece Plumbing offering to continue to meet with residents and discuss those concerns and work with them. So I am supportive of the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. Do we have any speakers against this motion? Councillor
I'm going to seek
Tapanos?
a deferral, if that's possible. Partly, I think that
I'll just see if you've got a seconder for that. Okay. I did see Councillor Conlon's hand first. Councillor Tapanos?
for the deferral.
Yes.
Yeah, look, this is a really complicated issue. It's actually one that's been happening for
Do we have the word?
years.
Sorry, we'll just see. Do we have the wording of the deferral motion?
Yeah, just...
Oh, great. Until September, pending further advice. Okay, great. Sorry, thanks.
Yeah, great.
Yep.
This is an issue that has actually been going along for a long, long time. It's not even, doesn't even go back to February this year or back to February last year when Reece made a request to have a loading bay. This issue for residents has been one of over 10 years. I know that one of the first conversations I had with residents in Warburton Street and in Horn Street when I first got elected to council many years ago was about this very issue and the nature of trucks. Unfortunately, our suburb is changing rapidly, and practices that were fine even 10 years ago are now causing issues in our community, and those need to be addressed. I don't think that this is a fair and balanced recommendation. I think this is one where Reece Plumbing does get everything it wanted, everything it asked for 2 years ago, and one that leaves the residents in a very difficult scenario and one that's possibly completely unsafe for the neighbourhood. So I think with another month, we can actually get a better resolution, and I think that there are more issues to explore and we should consider those and have that extra time.
Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Conlon is the seconder of the deferral.
I agree with everything Councillor Tapanos said.
Great. Okay, just because we are getting on in time, I might move just to put that debate on that deferral motion and just put that one to the vote then. Do we need to vote on the motion to put things, or it's just... No. Great. Okay, excellent. So we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour of the deferral motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, let me just count that one again. Okay, all those in favour of the deferral? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against the deferral? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so on my casting vote, the deferral motion has lost. Yes, yeah, we'll do a division. So all those in favour, again, were Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Hart, Councillor Bolton, Councillor Conlon and Councillor Tapanos. All those against were Councillor Riley, myself, Councillor Davidson, Councillor Pulford and Councillor Pavlidis. So now we go...
the casting vote?
Yes, and my casting vote.
It's an affirmative, not a negative.
I'm voting against the deferral.
So it's an affirmative casting vote. It's a yes casting vote. No, it's a no.
It's a no.
Great, okay.
if I'm going to use my casting vote, I'll use it in the same way. Anyways, so now we go back to the substantive motion, and we had the mover and the seconder speak to it, so I'll see if we've got any speakers against the substantive motion. Okay, Councillor Bolton.
I am a bit shocked by that vote. I mean, I think this is a terrible situation on all sides. I think it's a terrible situation for residents, and it isn't a good situation for Reece Plumbing either. But I think I'm against this proposal because I think the problems in this lane have existed for a long time. This is not a new thing. There hasn't been any preparation made or begun to try and shift the loading bay inside the premises, despite the fact that this has clearly been an issue for a long period of time. I'm not sure when the apartment block was built. Obviously, I think council actually, by having the entries and exits on the lane where all this loading and unloading was occurring, was probably the problem earlier in the piece. But I just think a situation where trucks have got people's entry and exit to their homes is a massive problem, and especially even just what if there's an emergency situation, ambulance, fire, whatever. I just think this is untenable. I also agree with the officers that it isn't, it's a very difficult situation, unloading on Lygon Street and shipping up the lane. But I really think Reece should have been planning an alternative solution over over the last period. This is not a new issue. I favour a motion, which I believe is about to come, an alternative motion to actually carry out the trial that we voted on earlier this year to install no stopping signs in the lane. But I just think this is such a dangerous situation to have the lane blocked for so many hours a day and people not have access into or outside of their houses. And it's, anyway, you can't, just my observation of the lane when I've been past, which I have been a couple of times, trying to check out the situation. It's, people have described it as a wide lane, maybe it's wider than some, but it's actually not that wide. There's not much room between the two small-sized trucks that I saw in the lane yesterday, and they weren't heavy, really big, heavy vehicles. So, I'm dead against this motion because I think the residents will have to be the ones who are constantly ringing council, and also not all of the trucks belong to Reece Plumbing, so it'll take a long time to actually make arrangements with trucks that might only occasionally deliver to Reece Plumbing or load at Reece Plumbing.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. Any other speakers in favour of this motion? No? Any other speakers against? Councillor Tapanos, I did see your hand at the same time as Councillor Bolton's, though.
Okay. I'll speak now if that's all right. Look, I'm really disappointed that this didn't get deferred because I think there wasn't a great urgency about it and more conversations need to happen. At the end of the day, we all need to coexist in the same space, and that includes businesses and residents. But I just wanted to emphasise my disappointment with what's being proposed because what is being proposed here is against the road rules. It is against the road rules. There is no other laneway in the city that has a loading bay. The road rules say that you need 3 metres of clearance. Now, when you install a parking bay, there is not 3 metres of clearance. There is not. So that means emergency vehicles cannot get through. And what the report and some information from the officer earlier today said that they would have to enter from the west side. So just picture this, councillors, just take a minute to picture this. You live in one of these apartments and something has gone on and you need an ambulance, a fire brigade. And they come up Lygon Street. They can't turn because that is blocked by trucks and trucks and trucks. They need to go past Coco Jackson Lane to the traffic lights, turn left into Glen Lyon, turn left into Warburton, turn left into Coco Jackson Lane to reach your property. I think that's against their human rights to implement this. This is a safety issue. And I don't think that's really been considered. How is it impacting on those residents' amenities, those residents' safety? So it's easy to say it's a compromise, but some things are not compromises. Community safety is not a compromise. So we need to do better. We need to find a solution that is legal. If the laneway was wide enough to allow the required clearance and have a loading bay, that would be a win-win. That would be fantastic. Unfortunately, it is not, which means a loading bay just simply cannot be accepted here by this council tonight, in my view. It was rejected when the application first came for a loading bay 2 years ago, and it should be rejected again because it is unsafe and is unreasonable to expect emergency vehicles to do the whole loop. And I say one other thing, that I'm sympathetic to Res Plumbing. I wish there is a solution. And I think that we need to consider whether an alteration to the property to enable on-site loading can occur. And I think that there are other things that we could consider as well, but not at the expense of community safety. And therefore, for that reason, I don't think this motion should be accepted tonight by councillors.
Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. I'll see if there's any speakers in favour of this motion. If not, we'll go to Councillor Conlon speaking against.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Conlon.
Similar to what Lambros was saying, and also I'm sort of don't really understand how we're able to propose a solution that we know is against the road rules, because I mean I've heard that used as an argument as to why we can't do other kind of traffic management changes in the past. So yeah. Anyway, and I'm also just surprised that there's obviously a lot of local interest in this. All the people on the street have been contacting us councillors about this. I mean, I would hope that I urge councillors to consider changing your vote to just opposing this, or at least, yeah, disappointing that the notice that the deferral didn't get up, but please be worth considering reconsidering your vote, because this is not really an acceptable outcome to the community.
Thanks, Councillor Conlon. Councillor David,
to clarify through the officer, in relation to the legality of the motion, could you just advise on that?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. The road rule, I haven't got the wording in front of me here, but the road rule states that you must leave 3 metres if you park your vehicle, you must leave 3 metres unless there is signage permitting you to park there. So if there's signage permitting you to park there, that particular vehicle for that particular time, then it is legal.
Great, thank you. So next up, we've got Councillor Hart speaking against it, and then we might close off debate on this item.
I actually just wanted that the deferral motion didn't get up, because if there was any motion that I've seen that actually facilitated.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry that the deferral didn't get up, because if there's any motion that's come before this council that I think warranted being deferred, it was this particular one. Because it is an incredibly complex situation, and it's one I've grappled with. I wasn't on council when the initial request and discussion was held around a loading bay, which was rejected by council, but I was here in February, and I remember the quite long debate and the discussion that went around that motion. So I've recalled this over. This is the second time just since I've been on council. And I said I've grappled with it, and whichever way you come up with it, it doesn't give one any joy. And I certainly, I think we all do, acknowledge and value the role and to have a business like Reece, and particularly the importance of, I think, of having businesses being able to coexist in residential areas is really important, because that balance is important. I can also understand that the officers have grappled with trying to find a way through or a solution in this difficult situation. But at the end of the day, you have to come up on one side or the other. And I really find it impossible to agree that it's okay to put a loading zone in that laneway where we've seen huge changes in terms of, you know, the residences that are now there, and the volumes of trucks that are still part. I know they've talked about a loading unloading management plan, and I can know that might go some way to some method of balancing it. But I think I really can't see fully how that's going to work to the satisfaction of anyone. I think that we're not really, if we allow that to go forward, then I really question what we're doing, and I think we're not really grappling with the issue here, and I think it's an issue of overall safety, and that's where my concern lies. And I think we have to go back to the February resolution. It doesn't give me any joy to say that, but I think that's the way forward that we need to go, because we never did that trial. I don't agree with the impossibility of putting signs up down that laneway. We can remove the blue stone. I don't think that's the impediment here. I think we have to have the will to go through with it, as much as it grieves me to say it.
Thank you. Councillor Pulford, do you want to speak on this? Okay, last one, and then we'll actually wrap it up. Thanks.
I just wanted to contribute to the debate. This is a challenging one, but it's one that council officers have been working through. There were questions about, can we do something that's illegal, and we heard that it's not really illegal. But one of the big issues here is that there's the existing use rights that the business has from using that area for loading for more than 15 years. So council officers have looked into this quite in depth. I was surprised that one of the alternatives sent around was talking about taking up a bluestone from the laneway, when councillors in the past have really opposed, you know, touching the bluestone laneways. So it's a complicated issue. I just wanted to point out that this isn't the be-all and end-all, this decision. It's about the loading management plan that will come in future. Council will keep working with the business and obviously keep listening to local residents on that. Also, council's going to keep monitoring the traffic movements for 12 months following the completion of the developments. It's not saying that this is locked and loaded forever. It's an ongoing development, and you know, it's going to continue to be followed by council officers and the business. It's just there's existing uses there. The other concern I have is we have to look at is excuse me. The other issue we have to look at is that what's the alternative? Like, we can work with the business to see if they can do it on site, and I think we should do that. But the other alternative is to shift all the loading of the business to the front, to Lygon Street, which we've been told by officers endangers people in the store, but also on the footpath and people who use Lygon Street for riding as well. Like, it's a challenging issue, and you can't say we want to balance the issues of the business and the local residents by then banning the business from receiving any deliveries, or instead endangering other people by making them all load through the front of Lygon Street. So anyway, I just wanted to say that it is challenging, but work will continue to happen in this area, and that's why I'm okay with passing this motion tonight.
Thanks, Councillor Pulford. We'll go to Councillor Riley for his right of reply, and then we'll put this to the vote.
Yeah, thanks. Look, it is. I agree. This is very vexing, and I know, I understand it's not going to please a lot of the people who are living there, but I do want to emphasise on page 148 that we're not suggesting to take away the no parking signs where Paul and Olaf and others are. And what we're trying to do is to stop that queuing so that the impact on your properties and your garages and things. Now, I'm not saying that's going to work all the time, but what we're proposing here is with the management plan and the dual arrangement for the lighter materials coming off Lygon Street and the heavier materials being limited to the opening of the delivery area in the laneway. That means across the north-south laneway and going west towards the other properties, that banking should not happen under this proposal. I'm not saying that's why we're going to trial and see. So I'm hoping that kind of long banking up won't occur, and that we can give this a go and see how it goes because of the reasons Councillor Pulford's just said. So it's really important. It is complex, but I would indulge people to actually give it a try. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. So we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour of this motion? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. So the motion is carried. Okay, so we did receive an email from Councillor Bolton that she wishes to pick the... Yeah, so all those in favour were Councillor Riley, myself, Councillor Pulford, Councillor Davidson and Councillor Pavlidis. All those against were Councillor Hart, Councillor Tapanos, Councillor Bolton and Councillor Conlon. Now, also just noting that we are basically at 9:45 and we still have a lot to get through, so I'll just encourage people to keep their contributions in debate short and to please not repeat things that others have said so we can finish this off tonight. All right, so we're back to item 8.2. So do we have the wording up on the screen for that? Sorry. Yep, and then Councillor Pulford to second that. All those in favour? All those against? Great, that's carried. So we've got the wording up on the screen.
So I'll
Councillor Bolton?
let you know what I'm thinking of doing.
Is it acceptable or not? I think we'll just go straight into
No.
that. Just so no.
It's not
okay.
acceptable after
All right.
thinking.
Great. So Councillor Tapanos and Councillor Riley, do you still wish to move and second that amendment? Those amendments. Yeah. All right. Great. Councillor Tapanos, let me just see. Okay. You didn't get to speak in favour of your amendment before, did you? No.
No, it's been proposed now.
All right. Great. Councillor Tapanos to speak in favour. Yep.
I was going to say it's one word, well, it's one entity, but it's a few words.
Your mic, and stand close to it as well when you talk.
It's really just adding one entity, and that's Wurundjeri Woiwurrung Council to the motion to be consulted. And I think it is very important because my understanding of Indigenous culture is that we listen to elders, and we are on Woiwurrung land, Wurundjeri Woiwurrung land, and we listen to Wurundjeri elders. And when we get to treaty and having a local treaty, we will have a local treaty with Wurundjeri Woiwurrung. Perhaps at that stage, this issue will be resolved. I certainly hope so. But in the lead up to that, I think that we need to acknowledge that it is actually Wurundjeri Council, the collective voice of traditional elders, which is the voice to Council. It is the voice that we need to consider. It is not the only voice. There are many First Nations people that are not Wurundjeri that live here, and they need to be heard as well as our entire community abroad. So it's not restrictive. It's not saying they are the only voice, but it's saying they are the key voice to Council when it comes to Indigenous matters on Wurundjeri Council, which conforms with culture as it has been explained to me. So that's why I think it's very, very important. And I need to also just remind councillors that this is only a review. This is only a review. What we actually have here about the voice referendum is a little bit of conflict in regards to our previous commitment, in regards to the divisions that are occurring both on Wurundjeri Council and the Advisory Committee. We need to determine how we consult these bodies better. And that's what this review is about, and that's why I'm supporting this motion, I'm supporting this review. But first and foremost, at the top of this consultation must be Wurundjeri Council, not the Advisory Committee. That will come second. And that's why I think it's important when we get this report, it is basically got the opinions of our traditional elders about how consultations with them, with their community, occur.
Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Riley as the seconder.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Tapanos has pretty well covered that. Thank you, Councillor. But I just want to add that, not to have this in here would be a huge omission for me. This is only a review, and so not to really think of it in the broader, fullest context was really important. We didn't change the name because other First Nations people approached us. We changed the name because the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung approached us when I was mayor, and we had to listen to them. To not give them the sort of status here tonight in this regard, I think would be a real misstep. And while I stand corrected tonight, I may have been listening to Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung too much and too closely and giving the statement of commitment too much emphasis because of the reminder that I've had by the First Nations people tonight on the advisory committee. I'm more than happy to reconsider and give them more consideration in some of the complexities of the debate. And I supported the previous motion by Councillor Bolton, but I do think this would be really important and a big omission if we didn't include this.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. Any speakers against this amendment? Councillor Bolton?
Just explain why I decided in the end not to accept the amendment. And I think it is because this is a motion really about the functioning of the advisory committee, and we have 2 representatives of the Wurundjeri on the committee. And I know, you know, I mean, so in a sense there's a little bit of element of disrespect for the Wurundjeri representatives on the advisory committee. I mean, I could certainly sort of understand, I'm not really opposed to council having a discussion with the Wurundjeri about how they'd like to relate to the First Nations Advisory Committee and so forth. But I am also very, I do hear from people in the Wurundjeri that they have to cover so much from so many councils that it is a huge workload for them. Whatever it is, I can't remember whether it's 26 or 30 odd councils. And a lot of the issues are very local, some are broader. But I think, you know, the whole notion of an advisory committee is of people who've got a connection to the Merri-bek area. Anyway, I'm not going to die in a ditch if this gets up, but I sort of feel, when I was thinking about it a bit more after we laid it on the table, that this is very much around how council relates to our advisory committees, both the First Nations Advisory Committee, which is what triggered this motion, but in general, all of our advisory committees. But, you know, I'm not going to die in a ditch if this gets up.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Tapanos is just confirming that the motion that he wishes to move is what's on the screen. Can I just... Sorry. Can we just get that right? Yeah, and then I might just...
Yeah, sorry.
Hopefully vote on this.
Sorry, and I should have pointed this originally, but yeah, what I circulated was in point 1, not in point 2.
Okay.
So just before
all
First Nations
right.
Committee, point 1.
All right, great.
So those would just be consulting about the review of
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the the next sentence.
So is that for 1 and 2 or just 1?
Well, I think
just 1?
2 doesn't exist really. 2 is number 3 as it's given there.
Oh.
No, there is an additional 2.2 in my motion.
Yes.
It's being very specific and saying.
Yeah, point 2 is receive a further report identifying recommendations that can fulfil the objectives mentioned in point 1.
No, that's point 3.
Turn around.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I was working off what was on the agenda. That's probably the confusion.
Yeah, no, there's
it
an
should be
updated
in
one.
both point 2 and point 1.
1. All right, great. Okay, I'm glad that we have clarified that. So if...
Thank you.
No worries. Now, I might just move now that we have an extension of time for another half hour. Councillor Riley to move, Councillor Conlon to second. All those in favour? Okay, let's be disciplined with our speaking times. Councillor Conlon, do you wish to speak against the motion? Yep.
Just a point, can we get them both on that same screen at all possible so we can see them both together? No?
They'll try and, the governance team can try and zoom out, but I mean, it's on one page, so we'll see what they can do. Yeah. All right. So, Councillor Conlon to speak against.
Is Lambros's proposal to delete point 2, is it?
No.
Okay.
It's confusing.
We
unless
don't
you can
need
see
to
both.
zoom out then, Monica.
All right.
The whole thing's on the screen.
Sorry?
The whole thing's on the screen.
Oh, okay.
All right, we'll just give the governance team a moment to catch up on that. Now, Councillor Pavlidis has a question online. Councillor?
Yes, I'm confused as to what the amendment is because I can't see.
It would.
Let's just see.
It would get on the writing. It would get on the board, but effectively, it is to add Wurundjeri Council in 2 points in the resolution. It's just adding them as a body to be consulting. It is adding them in point 1, and it's adding them in point 2.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so back to Councillor Conlon to speak against this amendment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, so first of all, it's confusing to, so first of all, this motion is specifically about council reviewing its advisory committee consultation processes. So that's why we're talking about, it references the First Nations Advisory Committee. If we're going to incorporate the Wurundjeri Council, I think that should fall under our council's broader consultation policy. I think it's sort of really mixing the two processes in a confusing way. So now that I understand that, I'm more against it because, so we're now also consulting the Wurundjeri Council on an internal policy review about our own internal advisory committee meeting processes. Is that correct? That's ridiculous. Like, okay.
All right,
so
let's just stick to debate and not have back and forth.
Because, yeah,
Thank
I mean,
you.
so I'm all for supporting the, consulting the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung Council because they've actually been crucial in helping to progress the Ballot Marut project on council through the First Nations Advisory Committee, and that consultation process has happened anyway through consultation between the two groups and the council and the council administration. It's been very good. It's actually been very difficult to get the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung Council to even consult on the massively regionally important Ballot Marut project, which is a huge project, but they are so inundated that they can't even comment. You know, it's been over 12 months of them getting them to write a letter. So Councillor Tapanos's proposal to start consulting the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung Council on hyperlocal issues like internal advisory committee consultation processes is administratively ridiculous. If every council starts doing this, the 79 councils across Victoria starts consulting this committee, it will bankrupt the committee, it will make them completely non-functional, and it's not practically possible, and they'll be very annoyed with us. And also, yeah, I'll stop there.
Thanks, Councillor Conlon. Councillor Pulford, you've got your hand up. All right, great. Please.
It's becoming quite dramatic, but really, the way I read it on the paper...
Adam, are you unmuted? Great.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. It's getting quite... I think people are getting quite worked up when really this is just saying we want to look at how council makes its decisions relating to First Nations community and explore ways to effectively consider or refer matters or refer such matters to the First Nations Advisory Committee and the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung group. So it's not committing, it's saying, I think Councillor Tapanos has touched on attention. We do have two different voices that we want to give weight to in our council, both the Advisory Committee and the traditional owners of the land, the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung. And this is saying, let's review our existing processes relating to decisions that have an impact on First Nations community and see how we can effectively consider and or refer them to our committee, which I agree with, but I also agree to the traditional owners of this land. Maybe they won't, like I get that the Wurundjeri are very busy. They might not be able to respond or not want to respond to all of them, but on items like Ballot Marut, obviously they probably would be more likely to. So yeah, I think I'll stop because we're taking too long on this, I think.
Thanks, Councillor Pulford. I'll see if we could vote on this one, or are there any other speakers? Sorry, yes. All right.
Yeah, just to say, look, you shouldn't be looking at this in a very narrow lens. Essentially what this is doing, this review that you're calling for is doing, is talking about how we consult on First Nations issues. That is the business of Wurundjeri, and they will have an interest in it. Now, I know that they're very busy. I know that they have numerous municipalities on their land, but not to give them an option, not to consult them, is the wrong way to go. They may decline to comment, they may not comment, that's fine. But not to invite them to comment, well, that's wrong. And I must say, now that I've got the floor, and I'll be brief, that Wurundjeri Council needs to be supported financially for the advice it gives us as well. We need to do those processes if that's what it takes to build capacity.
All right, let's not have back and forth. All right, so we're going to, all right, we're going to vote on this amendment. So all those in favour of this amendment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against this amendment, 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I can see it coming, we'll call for a division on that one. Councillor Riley in favour, Councillor Tapanos, myself, Councillor Davidson, Councillor Pulford. All those against are Councillor Hart, Councillor Bolton, Councillor Conlon and Councillor Pavlidis. So that amendment is and it becomes carried, and that becomes part of the substantive. So on the substantive, we've already heard from the mover and the seconder. I'll see if there are any speakers against this substantive motion. Any other speakers on this substantive motion? You've already spoken as the mover. No, we didn't actually have debate on the motion on the substantive. We just debated the amendment. So we had yourself, we had Councillor Pulford speak, and that was it. So then we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour? No, that was on the item above. So all those in favour? All those against? So that was carried. Okay, we will now jump up to 7.8.
I'm happy to move, Mayor, and I'll reserve my right.
Give me a second just to get there. Okay, so 7.8 is the Victorian Heritage Restoration Fund. Any conflicts of interest? No. Councillor Tapanos to move. Councillor Bolton to second. Councillor Tapanos.
I'll reserve it if there's any opposition. I'll reserve my right in the interest of time, but I'll speak if there's any opposition.
Excellent. Councillor Bolton. Great. Are there any speakers against this motion? Any speakers in favour of this motion? No? All right, we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Next is 7.9, the Governance Rules Review. Okay, I've got a couple of hands up. I did see Councillor Pavlidis' hand first on the screen. So I'll just confirm that it was the series of amendments that was circulated earlier. Great. Do you have a seconder for that? If not...
I've lost all my computer, so sorry.
That's all right. So, okay, so you don't have a seconder for that, so that's lapsed. So we'll see if there's...
I'd be happy to move some of them, but there's just a couple that I wouldn't.
Yeah, so I think... All right, give me a second to think. So that has lapsed as the whole package. Councillor Conlon, just give me a second. So Councillor Conlon, you've got some that you would be amenable to moving, but not others. Do you have that list prepared? Because if not, we've got Councillor...
Most of them. There was, I think...
Hang on a sec, because we've got Councillor Pulford with a ready motion. So perhaps whilst he's talking to that, you could choose which ones to propose as amendments.
Well, actually, no, sorry. I was actually going to propose that we defer anyway.
All right, so that's a procedural motion to defer this. Can we do that without technically having a motion moved yet? Okay, great. So we'll consider that first. If you've got a seconder, so we'll see, is there a seconder for Councillor Conlon's procedural motion to defer the governance rules item? Councillor Bolton to second that. So Councillor Conlon, do you wish to speak to the procedural?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've got a couple of fairly significant changes that I would like to make, and I know I haven't got them in very, very ahead of time, and I apologise for that, but I think they are worth considering with a bit more time. One of them would be around a way for the community to incorporate items on the agenda for council to make a decision on. So the way that the council process works at the moment is that the agenda is decided by councillors through notice of motion and then through officer reports, but there's actually no way for the community to get agenda items straight onto the agenda directly without having to go through the big sort of process of internal council processes. So the way that would work would be that a community issue that had, say, 200 or 500 signatures that detail can be worked out, but things like that would be able to get straight onto the agenda. It's a sort of form of participatory democracy. It's pretty common in other countries. I know a lot of states in America have that approach, and it's a way to have better community influence over the council agenda. And then the other one is around hosting a series of ask your councillor public meetings whereby the community can come straight to council and ask councillors questions directly with, I guess, in a less sort of formal meeting structure like this, where we do have a lot of council officers answering most of the questions. The purpose of this one would be for councillors to have a direct conversation with members of the community, again in the spirit of greater participation and, I guess, democratic engagement between elected representatives and their constituents.
Great, thanks, Councillor Conlon. Councillor Bolton, anything to add on the deferral motion? Great. All right, we might just, are there any speakers against the deferral motion? No? All right. Sorry, Councillor Pavlidis, could you, what was your question?
Please, deferred to when?
Sorry, I'd be happy to defer it. I think usually it's 1 month, but maybe we can do it October, because I think Councillor Pavlidis is going away.
All right, so to defer it to the October council meeting. Great, all right. No, this is an above and beyond governance. So, all right, I'm going to put debate on the deferral motion and we'll just vote on it. So all those in favour of deferring this to the October council meeting? All right, so all those against deferring this to the October council meeting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then, sorry, Councillor Pavlidis, is that a leftover hand? All right, I might just do that again. So all those in favour of the deferral motion were Councillor Hart, Councillor Bolton, Councillor Conlon, Councillor Pavlidis. All those against the deferral motion were Councillor Riley, Councillor Tapanos, myself, Councillor Davidson and Councillor Pulford, so that has been lost. So now we'll go back to we need a motion. So Councillor Pulford had his hand up. Can you clarify what your motion was, and we'll see if you've got a seconder and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I'd like to move the proposed motion that was sent around by one of the directors earlier today. There's a small amendment, so yeah, it's on the screen.
Sorry, I can't hear anything, and you're basically frozen.
Sorry.
Yep.
I'll get used to it at some point. Sorry, councillor. So it's basically the same as the officer report, but there's just one amendment to Rule 332.2A, just specifying that the preferred date and time, when a special council three councillors can call a special council meeting, and they can express their preferred date and time of that meeting and the business to be transacted. And I can explain it if I get a seconder.
Great. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Davidson to second. Councillor Pulford?
Yeah, so well, I'll talk to the report in general first, but basically kind of almost each year we review our governance rules, which are the rules we agree upon and how our meetings will run and certain other ways that council will work, like mayoral elections. Through this review, councillors have had a bunch of opportunities to put in the changes that they'd like to see made, and councillors have discussed that. This new amended governance rules includes a bunch of changes that there was consent, like not necessarily consensus, but at least a majority of councillors who agreed, so that's why I'm moving it. Except the small changes to 3.3.2A, and that's because as it stands in the draft document that we're hoping to put out for consultation tonight, it would say that 3 councillors can call a special council meeting and specify the date and time and the business of that meeting. And I think that's just a bit, we could have a council where that's used poorly, where say 3 councillors got together and said, let's meet at, 12 p.m. on a Sunday, or let's meet at 12 p.m. on a Monday when we know everyone else is at work, so we can control who can be at that meeting and therefore who makes decisions. So I just don't think we should give the power of scheduling the date and time to 3 councillors. I think that they can express their preferred date and time, but the officers should be able to, it's important that as many councillors can be there as possible so that community has trust in our decisions. Like I said, this is just sending it out for consultation, and so people, please tell us what you think about these proposed ones, and there'll be a chance for us to pass with feedback from community at a later council meeting.
Thanks. Councillor Pulford. Councillor Davidson as a seconder.
Thank you. I won't add much, but to say that the process that councillors went through with the officers' work was greatly valued and very much appreciated. A lot of time went into preparing this document, and I look forward to receiving the community feedback.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Davidson. Councillor Pavlidis with her hand up.
Am I able to propose some amendments individually?
Yes. I'm going to have that the amendments be moved as a package of amendments, and we'll end up voting on them separately. So are those amendments the ones that were written up earlier? Great.
Yes,
so we'll bring them up. Actually, we'll see firstly if they're acceptable to the mover and the seconder. No, okay, not acceptable to the mover, so they'll have to have a seconder. So do you have, so we'll see Councillor Pavlidis if you've got a seconder for your general package of amendments.
I can't see councillors.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm looking, if I see a hand up, I'll say it, don't worry.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing, but I can't see.
Yeah. All right, so is there a seconder for Councillor Pavlidis' package of amendments?
I can't find.
So I believe Eve sent an email. Do you know, sorry. What? Maybe it was Sue at a particular time.
2:35 p.m.
There we go.
I'm happy with most of them. But
So, okay, I just need a seconder, and because we will be voting on them one by one, so there'll be the opportunity for councillors to vote for some that they're okay with or vote against others that they're not okay with. So for it to be considered, though,
I'm happy to.
All right, so Councillor Hart to second. Councillor Pavlidis, do you wish to speak to your amendments briefly?
Sure, thank you. As Councillor Pulford mentioned, under the Local Government Act 2020, Council is required to have governance rules to govern the conduct of council meetings and also any meetings of any delegated committee that the council may establish. Now, they also govern the process for the election of the mayor and deputy mayor and the disclosure of conflicts of interest and incorporate council's election period policy. They also must provide for council to consider and make decisions on any matter being considered by the council fairly and on merit. And they institute decision-making processes to ensure that any person whose rights will be directly affected by a decision of the council is entitled to communicate their views and have their interests considered. Now, council must ensure a process of community engagement is followed in amending the governance rules. In my opinion, the current governance rules need to be amended to enhance the conduct of council meetings, to ensure consistency, increased transparency and inclusion for our community. The amendments I have proposed to the governance rules are intended to reinforce the community confidence in the integrity of council's decision-making processes and in council's ability to ensure good corporate governance within the municipality.
Thanks, Councillor Pavlidis. Councillor Hart as the seconder.
No.
Great. I'll see if there's anybody else who wishes to speak in debate, and if not, we might just go and vote on the proposed amendments line by line. Great. Okay, so we'll make sure that we scroll down and slowly enough for people to know what we're voting on. So I'll just start off with dot point 1, that we're endorsing an extension of the...
Can I propose a potentially helpful, faster process?
Please.
Would be that maybe I could signify the one change that I'm not okay with, and then maybe that can be split out and all of the others could be voted together, or not?
I think it might be just worth, because different councils will have different opinions.
Yes.
All right, so on dot point 1, that we are extending the proposed period for consultation from 15 to 21 days, and then inviting the feedback to be received by 5 p.m. at this on the 11th of September. All those in favour of that amendment? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against that amendment? I've got 4, so that amendment is carried. 1A, regarding the chairperson's duties and discretion, just saying that where there's a no meeting procedure provided in the government's rules, that the chairperson may determine the procedure to be followed in consultation with CEO and relevant governance officer. All those in favour of this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I confirm, Councillor Davidson, which way did you vote? Okay, in favour. We're up to voting. Let's just get through it. Okay, so that one has been carried. B, if we could please scroll down. Okay, so up again. Yeah, okay. There shall be public question time at every unscheduled meeting, with the exception of ceremonial type meetings, meetings convened to consider confidential matters, or meetings designated for planning and related matters. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Vision?
All right.
I don't know if that includes special meetings for specific items or special time meetings. It's in definition. Like, I'm happy to take question time on the items being debated. I'm not.
The microphone, sorry, I can't hear.
All right, so Councillor Tapanos had some questions about the meaning of that. However, we have taken a vote and Councillor Tapanos has abstained. So let me just check that again. So all those in favour of that one were, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against were 1, 2, 3, 4, and an abstention. So that's 5 against, technically. So that's lost. Next one.
Can you clarify what the question was? Because if there was a question, I need to clarify.
Well, we've already voted. We have already voted on that one.
But through you, Mayor, the question was asked before you went to a vote. So
no, it wasn't.
Procedure.
It wasn't. We had already counted the votes and he'd said, I'm abstaining. And then the issue was raised. So the vote was done beforehand. So we'll move on to C, which is saying that notice of a special meeting must be published on Council's communication channels, including the social media, within 24 hours or the next business day of being determined. The notice is to list business to be transacted, so like the order of the business as set out in the agenda. All those in favour of this? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 1, 2, 3. And is that 2 abstentions? All right, 2 abstentions, so that is lost. Next is D, which is Rule 3.4. We scroll down. So this is about if we don't have quorum after 30 minutes of a scheduled meeting starting time, the meeting is deemed to have lapsed, and then we may reschedule the meeting for a period not exceeding 7 days if that occurs. So all those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. And an abstention? Okay, so that is lost. Okay, just get that font nicely done. All right, E is saying that notice of adjournment to another day or time must be published on Council's website within 24 hours or on the next business day instead of as soon as practical. All those in favour? 1. All those, is that 2?
Yeah.
All right, 1, 2. All those against? 1, oh, okay. All those against is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 abstentions. Yep, 2 abstentions, Lambros? Yes. Great, so that is lost. F is saying, so there must be a time for questions of council and community statements at every council meeting, with the exception of ceremonial type meetings, meetings convened to consider confidential matters, or meetings designated for planning and related matters, and that's getting rid of the word scheduled council meetings. All those in favour of this change? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3, and 1 abstention. So that amendment is carried. Next is G on advisory committees. So we're saying, so the proposed amendment is saying to become operational from the commencement of the next council term in 2024. No community group or however described shall have more than 1 member on an advisory committee. The term of an external advisory committee member shall not exceed 2 years. All right, all those in favour of this? 1, 2. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1 abstention. So that is lost. Okay, Now, this dot point 2, because the dot point 1 was carried, it kind of has to happen. So I'll just put that one to the vote anyway, that it comes back to us in October. All those in favour? Let's just do it. Okay, all those against? Yep, that's carried. So we now have the final motion that we have all voted on one by one. And we now have our endorsed amended governance rules. Thanks, councillors, for that. Yes, sorry, endorsed draft, yes, for consultation. It's coming back in 2 months. All right, so we're now going to move on to 7 point... No, because we... Oh, no, we do. Sorry, guys, I was too speedy over there. Yep, you're right. So that was too speedy. So we are now up to voting on the substantive motion, which governance team will just delete the bits peppered in and out. And I might just... So the mover was Adam. Councillor Pulford, do you wish to speak on that one? No, we didn't actually have debate, so all good. Does any councillor wish to speak against this item? No? Any other speaker in favour of this item? No? All right, now we'll put this to a vote. So, all those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thanks. Thank you, councillors, for bearing with me on that one. Well, it was resoundingly carried anyway. So 7.10 is the Council Action Plan 2022 to 23, fourth quarter performance report. Now, we are heading to 10:30, so I'm going to ask for our final 30-minute extension. Councillor Pulford to move, Councillor Conlon to second. All those in favour? Great. Okay, Councillor Pulford?
Item 7.10.
Great. Any seconder? Councillor Conlon? Councillor Pulford?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a council action plan, fourth quarter performance for this calendar year, for the financial year, 2022-2023. Each term of council, the first thing we do is set our council plan, which has our list of activities and strategies for what we're going to do over our term, and also just slightly a bit longer. That holds all of our activities that we want to do, and the council action plan is our report on how we're actually going on getting those things done. So we can make decisions in this chamber and set directions and priorities for council, but there's so many people involved in actually getting the work done in and with our community. So this is a good report to highlight the progress of our council plan, and I don't need to say anything further on that.
Thanks, Councillor Pulford. Councillor Conlon is the seconder. Great. Any speakers against this motion? Any other speakers on this motion? If not, we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. 7.11 is contract variation RFT-2021-230, 14 Frith Street, Brunswick Park, close to home. Any conflicts on this? No? All right. Someone to move it. Councillor Riley to move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Conlon to second. Councillor Riley is the mover.
Yeah, look, it's with some reluctance. This is approving an increase of 1.12 million for this park close to home that we're doing. It's rather an exciting project, and unfortunately, it's a bit vexing because whilst we were trying to retain the heritage values and the sort of unique nature of this former Fletcher Jones site, it's been very challenging, and it's a little bit of a vexed question in that, you know, if we don't invest this extra money, all of the efforts and the work we've done so far kind of come undone. But if we do it, it's going to cost us this extra money. So it's not a very nice decision to make, but I do commend the officers, and we're going to be learning from this project sort of those risks that come with some of these old buildings, and mainly we're talking about the large old walls there that are caused a lot of structural and engineering problems. So reluctantly, you know, supporting this, but I'm sure the outcome will be something that we all very much celebrate. But it's a big investment to land this project and see it come home. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. Councillor Conlon is the seconder. Anything to add?
It's like reluctantly kind of accepting the larger increase. We understand why. There's a lot of contaminated soil at the site. I'm sure officers have looked at this, but hopefully maybe as part of the review process, we might be able to see if we can get the contractors to bear more of the risk with these types of projects rather than council having to bear the risks. I don't know exactly how you do that contractually, but I'm sure we're looking into that because that would be good, because I think, yeah, this does happen with infrastructure projects at the state level where, we try to avoid the taxpayer footing all the bill. The contractor should bear some of the risk as well.
Great, thanks, Councillor Conlon. Any speakers against this?
Yeah, I'm speaking again.
Yeah, unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and councillors. And look, I heard the speak of the mover and the seconder, and I think I said that exact same thing last time we had a report about extending the budget for Thrift Street, and I also said that would be the last one I'll ever support. And it's keeping to that, I'm not supporting this one. Thrift Street is going to be amazing when it's completed. I've got no doubt about it. But as a council, we also need to be quite prudent with how we spend money, and just approving an extension or to the budget, an additional, we're not talking about thousands of dollars or tens or hundreds, we're talking about millions of dollars of variations again, and again, is not something I'm comfortable with doing and comfortable in supporting. I think there are alternatives that could be considered. This is not all just about contamination. It is also about rebuilding walls and preservations and some heritage aspects. It is also about the design features. It's also about how we schedule it. So I think within a contract like this now, it needs to work within budget. And I want to send that message quite loud and clear to the organisation that you just can't be coming back and saying we need a variation, and then we need a variation, and then again we need a variation. We are talking about significant dollars, community dollars, which the opportunity cost is other open space in other areas, other gaps, which are not being filled because this project keeps running over budget, over budget, over budget. We just keep approving it. So I think, in my mind, it would be better to not approve this variation and actually go back and look at the contract and make variations to the contract about how we can deliver this project within the existing budget.
Can I ask Councillor Tapanos a question? If it's possible, are you able to submit some amendments to help us with that process? Because I don't really just want to say no and vote against it. Like I'm happy to entertain an alternative. If
I don't think that's something I can do on.
Look, I think given this is contractual in nature, I'd rather we just maybe address that in a different way. But for now, I think we'll just vote.
Do you want to propose to defer it?
I don't think we can, given we've got contractors and people that need to be paid and works that need to be done.
Would have been good to hear this earlier.
Okay, great. So I'll see if there's any speakers in favour of this motion. Any other speakers against? All right, we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? All right, so that one is carried. Next is 7.12, Contract Award MAV-2023-425, purchase of 4 new waste collection vehicles. Any conflicts to disclose? No. Do I have a mover? Councillor Pulford. A seconder? Councillor Davidson. Councillor Pulford.
Thank you, Mayor. As our waste service has changed, in July this year, we're doing a lot more waste trips.
Your mic, please.
Sorry, everyone.
Please, Ben.
So as our waste system has changed in July this year, we're doing many more trips. We're also picking up glass bins as well. Well, actually, I need to check the number of trips we're doing, but we're a growing municipality as well, and we need to buy some more waste trucks. This report is good because it looked at the more sustainable options, including electric vehicles. Unfortunately, the technology isn't quite there yet, or there's trials still ongoing. And in future purchases, council may be able to consider EVs, which would be my preference. But there's a need, and we need to meet that need. And here is the report.
Thanks, Councillor Pulford. Councillor Davidson is a seconder.
Yes, I agree with everything Councillor Pulford said. I think our waste services are improving greatly, and it's good to have these trucks on the road. And jobs given to people to drive them as well. We've got some very skilled and competent drivers out there who are also very courteous and gracious on the road, I've noticed. So it'll be good to see these trucks getting purchased.
Fantastic. Thank you, Councillor Davidson. Any speakers against this motion? Any other speakers on this motion? No, we'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Next is 7.13, extension of contract 552 ST, Enterprise Resource Planning Solution and associated services. Any conflicts of interest? No. All right, do I have a mover? Councillor Pulford. And do you have a seconder? Councillor Conlon to second. Unmute yourself, Councillor Pulford.
I'll learn. This is a contract, extension of a contract. It wouldn't really come to us because council has power to delegate through the CEO to other staff members. The reason it's coming back to council is that position has since been changed. And so we have, for it to technically take effect, council needs to approve this. So it's just extending a contract around enterprise research planning solution and associated services.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Pulford. Councillor Conlon as the seconder. Cool. All right. Any speakers against this motion? Any other speakers on this motion? All right, we'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. So next up we have item 7.14, and that's the governance report for August, the cyclical report. Now, we've got 3 councillors who've indicated that they wish to declare a conflict of interest. So I'll declare firstly the direct interest, as I've got the proposed women's leadership training course. So I'll be stepping out and passing on to the Deputy Mayor to chair this item. Councillor Pulford, what was the nature of your conflict? Yep, okay. Please unmute yourself, please.
Sorry. It would be around point 6. It's not in this one yet, but if there's an amended motion moved, it'll relate to doing the Australian Institute of Company Directors course. It would be a direct conflict of interest.
Great. Councillor Pavlidis?
Similar. I also have a conflict of interest in the director's course as well. So, yes, I'll be under the Local Government Act, so I'll also be declaring a conflict.
Thanks, Councillor Pavlidis. All right, so we'll step out of the room. All the other councillors will stay in the room, and Councillor Davidson will chair this part. So just grab that.
Okay, so can I check that Councillor Pavlidis is not on the Zoom? Yep, great. Okay, so we'll move on to the governance report, 7.14. And I note that we will need to have an amendment to include Councillor Pulford at point 6. Thank you, Councillor Riley. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Tapanos.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're including Councillor Adam Pulford in point 6 with Councillor Pavlidis.
That's the motion I would like to move. It's been circulated. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So this is a large report that combines lots of issues. So there's reports from the Human Rights Inclusion Advisory Committee, the Merri-bek's First Nations Advisory, the Audit and Risk Committee, and responses to public questions that can't be answered during the meeting, and they're followed up afterwards. And then there's these items that are, and there's also one to do with a really good news item where the Co-Health is going to get a lease up at the Glenroy Community Hub and take over the space, which is really good to see. I thought it's taken a while to come, but and then there's some other business to do with the MAV. But then the other bits that are really affecting Councillor, the Mayor's attendance at some training, and then there's these 2 nominations by Councillors Pavlidis and Pulford to do the company directors course, and the costings are listed up there. They're not, so they're 10,200 for the Australian Institute of Company Directors. So yeah, just happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Tapanos, do you wish to add anything?
Yeah, not really, just to say that I do.
Your speaker.
Sorry, I'll try to be quick. I do support councillors receiving as much training and support and professional development, as possible. So I'm very happy to support this. I do know that for some people it might seem like, oh, that's thousands of dollars worth of training, but I wanted to say that the decisions that we make in this chamber and getting them right is worth a lot more than what we could ever spend on training. So I know that one of the previous councillors didn't want to spend $18,000 on the referendum, and the training in this motion is even more than that, but I still think that it is some of the best value that we get, because being informed and having the best skill sets and the mindset to bring to strategic decision making is way more important than any costs that could be on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Any councillors wish to speak in opposition? No, in favour? Oh, yep, Councillor Bolton. Sure.
Just to mention or draw attention.
Oh, Sue, your mic, sorry.
Just to draw attention to the motion that council's going to take to the MAV, which was something I proposed to the council, which is that the council lobby other levels of government for disability standards around electrical vehicle charging, because currently there don't appear to be much in the way of standards for EV charging, and a lot of EV charging stations are either on slopes, or the configuration of the charging station makes it totally inaccessible for people with accessibility issues. And you know, there are a lot of even wheelchair users who might be the only occupant of a car who might need to operate the charging station by themselves without any assistance. So, you know, even out here, it's this charging station's on a slope. So not even all of our council facilities are brilliant, although they're probably better than the private ones. So just thought I'd draw people's attention to that.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Any other councillors that wish to speak? No, in that case, I'll put the motion as read on the screen with the amendments to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried unanimously. So we can now ask Councillor Pavlidis to rejoin the live stream and bring in the other, the Mayor and the other councillors.
Alrighty, thanks for that, councillors. So that is it for our reports this evening. Now we've got 20 minutes left and 3 notices of motion, so I believe in us to get this done, hopefully. All right, so our first notice of motion for this evening is on 8.1, which is Central Coburg Affordable Housing Hub, and this is my notice of motion. So I'll just see if any councillors have any conflicts to disclose. No. All right, so we'll just make sure, obviously I'm going to move this, we'll just make sure that the right thing gets up on the screen. We had some suggested amendments around adding in the word community housing from Councillor Conlon that I've, prior to this, accepted. Councillor Hart added in a couple of extra words which are in there, so that is perfect. I'll see if I've got a seconder. Okay, I've got a seconder for this motion. All right, I might speak to this, and then if there are other amendments, we'll be able to discuss. Okay, so the reason I guess I've submitted this one is because finally, you know, we're talking about and hopefully acting on a national housing crisis, and it's one I think that's at the forefront of a lot of our discussions at local government and also at the forefront of discussions at the state and federal levels and in the media, on social media, amongst community. I think this is something that is finally being acknowledged and we all are realising that more has to be done, and council's long advocated for more to be done on housing affordability by all levels of government. So we've got a few different policies and moves at different levels of government that are all attempting to address the various issues regarding both housing supply and affordability. Council has long fought for a greater amount of good quality, affordable housing in the municipality, as demonstrated through the creation of Merri-bek Affordable Housing, the Merri-bek Affordable Housing Action Plan, and constant advocacy to state and federal governments on housing, and specifically on mandatory inclusionary zoning. Importantly, we've worked constantly to improve the standards within all new developments, as seen through numerous planning scheme amendments. And this, of course, includes the elevating ESD outcomes in the planning scheme amendment that is still waiting for the Minister's approval 1 year later. I want to preface this by saying that this all sits within the context of councils being blamed by various politicians and media outlets for allegedly not approving enough development in our municipalities. The reality is that our council approves more than 96% of planning permit applications. And we know that truly addressing the housing crisis requires a multi-pronged approach that involves increasing both supply of regular and affordable housing, as well as addressing the long-term impacts of short-stay accommodation on rentals, which is some of the work that we're already doing thanks to a motion, I believe, from Councillor Conlon a couple of months ago. So, we know that we need a multi-pronged approach, but we also know that we can't do this alone and that we need all levels of government to be working together. We've got a long history of advocacy and direct work in this space, but we need federal and state assistance to make many of these substantial, much-needed changes. We can't act alone in addressing the housing crisis. Merri-bek Council has long identified Central Coburg as an area that could be suited for affordable housing and for reinvigoration and reinvestment. And we've got numerous land holdings in Central Coburg that would be suitable for this, but we've got a few limitations to getting projects off the ground. So this motion is fundamentally about council demonstrating a willingness and a desire to work with others and doing the research work to receive a report by December outlining the options for how we can get public, community and affordable housing, leveraging our existing land holdings and working with others to deliver that. So that's about time, but this motion really is about receiving a report by December to see how we could try to get some community and affordable housing into Central Coburg. I'll just see if the seconder wishes to speak. Okay.
I've got a question.
Yes.
Where you talk about in point 6 about leveraging existing council land holdings in Central Coburg, does that mean selling off council land to private developers?
That's not necessarily what that would, I guess, entail, but it's saying we've got all of this land. How could we, sell to particular partners or lease for extended periods, or like all of these different options? I think the report needs to lay out for us. So I'm not saying that it should or shouldn't, but we need to have all of the options backed by evidence before we decide what to do.
Okay, I might have an amendment then.
All right. Do you have that written up now?
Can come first.
Yep.
I have an additional document with circulated. That council acknowledges and welcomes.
Your microphone, Lambros.
I have an additional dot points for consideration as well, which says that council acknowledges and welcomes the investment by the state government in social and community housing projects in Merri-bek, including the Harvester Square project and the Wilson Avenue project, which will provide much needed housing, especially for women at risk of homelessness.
Look, it feels a bit random in this motion, but in the interest of time, I'm willing to accept it.
Thank you.
All right. Any speakers against? No, this motion. Was that the one that was circulated earlier? I'm happy to incorporate that, which was just adding in that affordable is defined as per the planning scheme.
Yeah.
Great. Okay,
The act,
so any
yeah.
speakers against this substantive motion? Any other speakers in favour of this substantive motion?
Oh, sorry, my amendment.
You've got an amendment?
Dealt with. I mean, it's simply just changing one word.
Okay.
Changing leveraging to using.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'm happy to accept that. Yeah. We'll incorporate that in dot point 6, I think it was. Scroll up. Yep. Yep, using existing council land holdings. Yes, I'm happy to accept that. All right, well, are there any other speakers on this one at all? If not, we'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried unanimously. Thanks, councillors. All right, so we've already discussed 8.2. Next is 8.3, developers and council. Any conflicts of interest to disclose? No. Councillor Bolton, this is your motion. I'll see if there's a seconder and we'll just get some clarity on the wording. Councillor Conlon to second. Councillor Bolton, could you clarify which?
So it is this motion, but there is one word which needs to be changed in the third line. The word "and include" needs to be changed to "and consider."
Fantastic. Councillor, I mean, it kind of has to happen for this motion to pass, so.
Yeah,
All right, Councillor Bolton.
It's a governance thing.
Yes.
So basically, I mean, the council is already planning a, a trial of a register for developer meetings and working out what's the best way of doing this, and it's going to review it. So it's basically including as part of the development of this policy a provision that council ban private developers from attending and or presenting at briefings at councils when the general public isn't invited to attend. And that might sound obvious, but council was approached by a developer, so that made me think we need to actually adopt something which is a very definite rebuffing of developers from attending or presenting at briefings where the public isn't there. Now, obviously, there might be a public meeting where maybe the development industry might have representative and there's community members and all sorts of people. That's a totally different matter. But I believe that there shouldn't be any, developers should not, or applicants for development shouldn't be able to attend briefings of councillors when the general public isn't invited to attend. This is a very simple motion, and obviously I can't change policy through a notice of motion, so this will just be considered as part of the development of the policy. On meetings between councillors and developers. This will come back to council and we can make a final decision then.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Conlon as the seconder.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this. I think this is quite a clear transparency-based motion. I think it's, quite obviously inappropriate for developers to have exclusive access to councils in these behind-the-scenes, behind-closed doors meetings. So if that is to occur, if councils want to meet private developers, I think it should and must happen in a public arena where there's full transparency. I think without this type of policy, council is vulnerable to corruption and the other types of poor developer councillor relationships that have occurred across other councils. So I hope that's not going to occur in this council, but I think the way that we ensure that doesn't is to have very clear transparency policies around it.
Great, thanks, Councillor Conlon. Any speakers against this motion? Councillor Tapanos, unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. And I know in speaking against this motion that the state government is considering removing councillors from the planning process, so most of this might be a moot point in the future. But look, I do think that you need to be informed as a councillor, right? And part of the reasons why I'm actually not even supporting of this, because I think it needs more discussion. I don't know what a private developer is and do you mean a private application? So would it be okay to meet with developers doing public projects? What does this mean for Central Coburg? Can we not meet with people that talk to us about developing Central Coburg? What is this? I mean, as a councillor, you need to be informed. You need to listen broadly to pros and cons to developers and objectors. That's how the system works. To just say that we won't meet with developers really means that we're cutting ourselves short because we can't get the maximum community benefits, we can't put our point of view forward, we can't shape what their application will be like into the future by giving them information. And, we all know that what might happen is that if they don't listen to us and we don't have that engagement, they might put in a really poor application, go to VCAT and get it. Whereas if information was shared and meetings happened and collaborative approaches happened, we might have been able to shape the outcomes in a more productive and better way. So, you know, most of the times when councillors are briefed by developers, developers are listening. So they tell you what we say on board. Why would we deny ourselves that opportunity to influence what they're going to propose into the future? I just think that, you know, it's, I get where it's coming from, but I think that there's a lot of negatives if we actually consider this.
Thanks, Councillor Tapanos. Any councillor wish to speak in favour of this? Okay, Councillor Pulford.
Yeah, I'll speak in favour of this because it's considering. I think I echo some of the concerns that Councillor Tapanos has as a statutory body. We have a specific role in planning decisions at the moment, and we need to be able to hear from the objectors and applicants. Also, I think it has a noble aim, which is to get developer influence out of decisions. But I think, you know, at the moment, councillors can meet with developers privately and have private conversations, whereas if we did it as a full council, at least that would be increasing transparency because other councillors and council officers could witness those conversations. So I think banning them from coming to a venue with more scrutiny and transparency while those side conversations can still happen is actually not really going to achieve the goal that I think this motion seeks to achieve, which is to get developer influence out of decisions. I think we should be looking at developer donations at a state level, for example, but happy to support the motion in general because it will consider it, and I'm sure the council officer report will go into these issues in detail.
Great, thanks, Councillor Pulford. Any councillor speaking against this motion? Any other councillor speaking in favour of this motion? Councillor Hart?
Very similar to what Councillor Pulford just said. I think the motion considers it, and by voting for it, at least we keep a discussion of that on the agenda. At the last meeting, we talked about the outcome of the trial for developer and developing a policy, and I think this is just an element that needs to be considered. And as part of that, I think Councillor Tapanos's concerns would be considered. So I think the emphasis is on the consider.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Councillor Hart. We might close off debate there and see if Councillor Bolton wishes to move her right of reply.
I think developers, I know this is only considering and we'll make a decision down the track, but actually developers get way more opportunity to talk to council than objectors or just ordinary community members do. There are tons of ways, and I think the most untransparent part of our council processes are our behind closed door council briefings. And, you know, members of the public don't get a chance to come and do a briefing of councillors on whatever the issue is or on their objections to, you know, whatever, you know, or their views about the central, you know, I mean, there's a consultation process, but that's very different. And actually, developers generally do have a lot more access to council than that. And in fact, they're usually negotiating with council officers for 12 months or so, depending on the complexity of the project, before the project gets advertised, and then objectors get 2 weeks to put, you know, suddenly realise that something's happening, try and, you know, work out what's going on and put in an objection. So I am definitely opposed to developers getting special privileged access to council. And in a way, this is, you know, would be developers trying to line up councillors in support of them, you know, when members of the public don't get those same sort of rights. Anyway, I do think even if people have question marks and think maybe it's a good idea for developers to come to councillor briefings, vote for this motion so that at least we can consider it. But I would certainly be advocating for this position whenever this comes back to council.
Thanks, Councillor Bolton. So we'll put that one to the vote now. All those in favour of this motion? Okay, all those against, it's been carried unanimously. All right, so we have 5 minutes left of our meeting. I think I have the discretion to extend it to 11:10, but I think we can finish before then. So we're up to our last one for tonight, which is 8.4, support for accessible tram stop event, Transport Equity Week. Any conflicts of interest on that one? No? All right, Councillor Hart, this is your motion?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, do you have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Conlon to second. Councillor Hart?
Yeah, just to say it is not equity transport, but that just didn't get picked up. So
I remembered it, don't worry.
Look, just to comment very briefly on the, I think the very successful launch of the Sydney Road Accessible Tram Stop campaign, which was in June, with I think a number of councillors were at that rally event on Sydney Road. Very, very large turn up from the community, fantastic media coverage and a lot of support locally and also within the disability community. The campaign has really been asked to launch the Transport Equity Week, which is a focus on disadvantage in transport for all variety of reasons, looking at economic disadvantage, disability. So it's bringing together a wide group of people. So I think it's a great opportunity for the campaign again. And this is a really critical time. I think there's just a window to try and influence around in terms of the Brunswick Skyrail. We've been told that we'll have consultations starting at the end of the year. The group's also been doing a lot of work with meetings with government, with advocacy, a petition for November. So this is really to maintain that momentum. Council has supported, and so we're seeking endorsement of that event and support for this particular event, which will really be the main sort of event again before the petition, which will be separate. So it's bringing that to council and really giving an update on the wide number of organisations and individuals who are behind this campaign.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Conlon, anything to add? Great. Thanks, Councillor Conlon. Does any other councillor?
I just want to say a couple of things briefly, because I'm very supportive of this campaign and I think it's very important issues, particularly on the economic front. Prices just keep going up and you lose track sometimes how much it actually costs to jump on the train for a couple of stops. But I do want to express some concerns around the timing. I think is important. We all know that the budget is not in a healthy state. We all want elevated rail to happen.
Sorry, can I just confirm, are you speaking in favour or against this?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay.
I'm speaking against. We all want elevated rail to happen. It is a good and important project and a big investment in our community. So I just caution that whilst we are promoting this very great cause, that we don't get into a potential conflict with the elevated rail project, because we don't want to have negative consequences which could be of the project being further delayed or cancelled or anything like that. So just, yeah, they were my comments. I am broadly supportive of it, but with that caution of we don't want to give the government an excuse to say, well, let's not do it, because we've been campaigning for elevated rail for about 15 years plus.
I've got a procedural motion to put the motion.
Great. All right. So all those. We'll put that one to the vote then. All those in favour of this motion? No, we're just going to put it to the vote. Yeah, all those in favour of the actual motion, all those against, that is carried unanimously. Thanks, councillors. So, any notices of rescission? No. Any foreshadowed items? No. Any urgent business? No. There's no confidential items for tonight. So, I would like to thank those of you who might still be watching on the live stream for your interest in council matters, and thanks to people that stuck around in the gallery. I wish you all a good night, and this council meeting is now closed to the public at 10:59 p.m. We made it, guys. Good night.